forgot. I'm a kid, 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 I'm a kid.
What's good, E? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I know you can't see me.
I was soaking it in.
Oh, the king, huh?
Yeah. Soaking it in.
All right. What's good with you, man? How was your weekend?
Oh man, the weekend was good until Saturday night. And
Saturday night.
Yeah, woke up Sunday morning and there's got a tree down in the backyard.
Oh man.
So I gotta get out there after this and pull out the chainsaw and cut the tree up, get the truck and haul it out.
Ah, okay. So it was some storms that hit you.
Yeah. I heard a lot of thunder and everything, and I heard something when the tree came down, but it was like in the middle of the night. It wasn't in the house, so I went back to sleep. I got up in the morning.
Seeing the tragedy.
Yeah, that's a good part of my Monday and Tuesday, maybe even Wednesday, because it's a big tree.
I got you. Well,
but it didn't hit nothing. It didn't hit the cars because I got 3 cars back there. It didn't hit the cars. It didn't hit the house. You can't beat that. So like I said, nobody got hurt. I got the chainsaw, and I'll just cut it up.
Well, that's what's up. No dogs, no injuries from any of the pets.
I don't have any pets. Any stray animals? Pets, stray animals. They own their own. They own their own. That's nature.
Yeah, I got it. Well, that's good, man. Weekends are always meant for us to have a good time. It's a wind down time. Unfortunately, sometimes we have to pick up extra duties from the weekend like you do from the storm. It rained most of the weekend. Cincinnati had a lot of storms from what I'm understanding. I got one question for you, Stevie. I mean, I'm sorry. Emmanuel. What's up with the glasses, bro?
Man, I was feeling my celebrity today, So I said I wanted to come in, and then you played the music for me.
Oh, okay. It was for you.
And I just had to soak that in. It fit right in. So I said, hey, it was meant to be. It was meant to be.
Well, I'm glad your weekend was well. Mine went well as well. My daughter, when you don't have anything to do, your kids drive, they force stuff for you to do. So my daughter, pushed me into a direction I really wasn't trying to go in this weekend, but that's cool. Other than that, man, it was a pretty good weekend for me too. I wonder how everybody else's weekend. How was everybody's weekend? Was it good? Hope so. So what's going on, man? What's new? How was? I know it's been probably a month or so since we've been on. Got a whole lot of catching up to do with you. How was Phoenix, Arizona?
Phoenix, Arizona was hot. It was hot, but you know, it was cool. It was cool. I mean, I didn't do much down there. You know, went to a few of the mixers for the conference that Mrs. Livingston was at, and you know, hung out. We hit 122 degrees. Actually, we hit 123, but I figured I wouldn't.
That is hell, bro. It's hell. It's 123 degrees in hell. Not on Earth.
It ain't that. Look, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's pleasant. But I would take that 122, and when they talk about it being a dry heat, I'll take that over what, like 97, 98, 99 here. Yeah. Because here it is oppressive, whereas there it was just hot. It was just hot. Now,
okay.
Of course, and I said this before, the difference is the wind. The wind here has a bit of a cooling effect. The wind there is like somebody with a blow dryer turned on high, blowing it right in your face. And I'm like, please, no more wind. Just stop. You're not helping. But other than that, I mean, it was cool. The other thing that I did notice, you know how sometimes when you go out and it's hot and you roll your windows down before you get in the car, yeah, that don't make a difference. You know what I'm saying? Down there, that don't make a difference. 122 outside, probably about 122 inside the car. That don't help. So, but I had a good time hanging out in Phoenix, and yeah, it was cool. It was cool. We went and we supported some of the local restaurants, you know. So what, we hit like Burger King, you know.
You can do that. You can do that in the Natty, bro.
You know, White Castle. You know what I'm saying?
Wait a minute. Wait, no, I don't know what you're saying, bro. That's not supporting local restaurants.
Those are local restaurants. They were there in Phoenix. That's not
what a local restaurant is supposed to be.
They were there. Small town. You ain't had a White Castle until you had a White Castle in Phoenix, Arizona.
Well, first of all, White Castle and hot weather don't mix. I don't want a White Castle in Phoenix. And some people know why.
We supported the local economy, man. We supported the local restaurants. We did go to this barbecue spot that was not delicious. It was this brother and this I guess she was Latina. I had a hard time telling the difference between the Latinos and the Native Americans. I had a hard time telling the difference. But they really the same. But
they're not the same.
They're the same, bro. They are the same. They are the same.
Wait a minute. You saying Latinos and Native Americans are the same?
Man, they are the same.
One speak Cherokee and Navajo, and the
different
other
language.
Spanish.
Different language.
They're not the same.
Different language. That's it. Just a different language. They were the same. They the same.
They're not the same.
Bro. I'm telling you, it was this. I don't want, you know, the way I talk, sometimes it sounds like I'm being disrespectful, but I don't mean it to be disrespectful. Okay. Let me say that. I don't mean it to be disrespectful, but it was this Native American chick standing next to this Mexican chick, and they was both speaking English and it sounded the same. And I was like, I thought it was like two Mexicans. And then I heard, you know, but the dead giveaway was that the Native American chick had some Indian tattoos or Native American tattoos on her arm. And the Latino chick had something about La Raza on her arm. And I was like, oh, so she's Native American, but they was the same. They was the same. Maybe in other parts of the country, it ain't the same. But I think like in that particular area of the country, Because that was they was coming back and forth. It wasn't no Mexican-American border back in the day. So the Native American people and they was over in Mexico, they was over here, then they was back and forth, and then cut it off and said, all right, you can't go back over there, and you can't go back over there. And they was like, all right, we cool. And they say hola, and they say how, and that was that. That was that.
I think I get it. I don't know if the folks get it, but I get it. I understand what you said. They the same. One says hola and the other one says how. I get it.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that separates them. Okay. Actually, man, let me just say this. My mother lives in Phoenix, Arizona. So I'm familiar. It's not a place that I ever really want to be. I could say that convincingly. I say it and I'll stand on my circle on it. Outside of my mother being there, I do have a few other little friends that I went to school with who ended up living out there. But other than that, man, I have no reason to go to that desert. No reason whatsoever. It doesn't rain, okay? It never rains. And when it does rain, it doesn't rain water. It rains sand. Do you understand what I'm saying to you, brother? I don't know if you were there when this happened.
No, I mean, when we left, and then the day that we left, it actually rained. So I was looking forward to the rain, but we got out before the rain hit.
Well, it's sandstorms out there. I know a lot of people probably thinking I'm on some prehistoric type shit, but it's true. It's sandstorms out there, and it's almost like the winds collect the sand. They swerve up, and then it comes down like it's rain, and your car is covered with sand and dust, and it's just hard, bro. It's not for me. It's not for me. There's no beaches, and I wouldn't want to be there like that. That's just me, man. I mean,
again, we went because there was a conference that she had to go to, and so that it wasn't like we were just like, hey, what you want to do? Oh, let's go to Phoenix in the middle.
Yeah, you didn't vacation there.
Yeah, no, it was. She had a conference,
I get it.
She wanted me to come along, so that's what I did.
No, I get it. I understand. Other than that, man, let's see. While you were gone, a few other things happened. We never got a chance to talk about PG. I don't think we talked about. I don't know if we had a show since his conviction, since he was deemed to be guilty on 2 of the 6 charges. I don't think we ever talked about that.
No, so wait. Hold on, wait. Are we getting ready to get into the meat of the show now?
What's that?
I'm asking her. Are we getting ready to get into the meat of the show?
I don't know, man. I thought once you took off the Ray Charleses, we'll start getting at it. But I mean,
that's what I'm asking. Is that what's about to happen?
I don't know, bro. I was just trying to find out what all we haven't covered yet since you've been on your hiatus and been gone for like 6 weeks and shit. We haven't had a show. We haven't talked about anything. Then you come back to the show on your Hollywood shit, and I just don't know. I mean, you tell me, King. You tell me, where are we in the show right now, bro? Because like I'm just here, and I'm just trying to fit in where I fit in. Because I mean, they didn't play the theme music for you. You didn't walk in with your crown on. You still got your glasses on, and I don't know where to go with it at this point because I feel like I feel like I'm just in your world. That's it. So you tell us, King, where are we?
Well, let's since we getting ready to start the show.
Dun, 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 dun.
All right, I'm ready. Let's get it going.
Oh my God. I see all kind of comments. They calling you Stevie. They calling you Ray Charles. I done seen everything,
they
bro.
Haters. And it's all right.
The funniest one has not even been said yet. And that is Cool Mo D. I seen somebody put a post out on Facebook, Cool Mo D. I don't know if he was in Cincinnati. I don't know where he was, but he had these. Now, Cool Mo D is from the, I guess, late 80s, early 90s. He's from our rap generation, bro.
Yeah.
And I mean, he looked like Chubb Rock right now instead of Cool Mo D, but he's still rocking the Cool Mo D glasses. But he had these three background dancers up there, still trying to do the old shit that we used to do back in the day. It's just a bad combination, bro. And then MOD sound like he need an oxygen tank. And he was one of my favorite rappers back in the day, but he just can't get that Wild Wild West out his mouth anymore, bro. It's like, Wild Wild West, he can't get it out. And I mean, you know, it was on the Bobby Brown level, bro. You seen Bobby Brown perform lately?
Yeah, I have. I have.
My favorite performers back in the day. I would stop at your live Bobby Brown show. You understand? I mean, Bobby Brown was the shiznick. All right, he was the shit. And now when you watch Bobby Brown, he can't take every little step no more. He's finished with that. You know, he got to sit down and sing everything.
You know, he done had some health problems, so you know, you gotta be okay with that.
Granted, and Bobby's been through a lot.
Yeah,
he's been through a lot. But you gotta wonder how long. I mean, James Brown really set the bar way too high for these guys. Because back in his day, James Brown did all that fast dancing, and you know what he did. You know how he did his show, and he did it for decades. I don't think
did it till he died.
He did it up to the day he died. You're right. I don't think today's singers from the 90s could do the same. I mean, can you imagine MC Hammer going out there doing all that shit he used to do? Or Bobby Brown?
Look, I ain't seen Hammer in a minute. I imagine Hammer might be able to still do all that stuff.
I think Hammer will do that shit because he has to. But I can't imagine his... See, that's the difference between Hammer and somebody like Bobby Brown. Bobby Brown had hits, songs that made everybody else dance. You see what I'm saying? People tuned in for MC Hammer to watch him dance. His lyrics were not gangster. They wasn't good at all. It was just more like, okay, Hammer, go Hammer. I mean, what lyric is that? Go Hammer, go Hammer, go. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So we got to watch you. So now if we book you in 2022 and you singing, go Hammer, go, you can't say that shit when you sitting on a stool. See what I'm saying? You know MC Hammer lyrics. Stop acting like you don't. I don't. Go Hammer, go Hammer, go. You can't touch this. What he say? What he doing? What you think? Okay, so what you saying, E, is this. You would go to an MC Hammer concert and sit down and watch him sit down and sing his lyrics.
No, I'm not saying that. I wouldn't go to an MC Hammer concert. But I'm saying to act like, even though his lyrics was whack, to act like you don't know those lyrics, you know those lyrics.
I know his hooks.
No, I know the hook. Lyrics.
No.
My music hits me so hard, makes me say, stop. You gonna act like you don't know. Stop it.
I do. Oh my God. I think.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Stop it.
Bro, I don't know his lyrics, but I tell you what I can do. I can sing some. I can't sing, but I can pretend to sing some Bobby Brown hits. I can sing some Bobby Brown shit. Every little step I take in My Prerogative, all those joints with stuff that he danced to and you dance.
All right, you don't know no MC Hammer lyrics. All right.
You can't touch this.
You know them lyrics.
No, I don't, bro. I was a DJ and know what the hell he talking about.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
No, I can't. I'm just being honest with you.
I did not like MC Hammer. I was one of those MC Hammer is a sellout guys. I did not like MC Hammer.
Now, he was not a sellout, bro. He employed 102 people and brothers and sisters in his show every night.
Look, you getting caught up on the wrong thing. I'm saying I was not a fan of MC Hammer, but I know some of his lyrics. I mean, it's not like they were complicated or anything.
Wait a minute, hold on, bro. What's the sellout part of MC Hammer? Where did he sell out? What are you talking about?
I don't want to get into it. It's how I felt at the time. I felt like
at that time.
what he was doing wasn't, with the landscape of what hip hop was and where it was going. He was, and by sellout to me at that time, I just felt like he was overly commercial. and he went out of his way to be overly commercial, which is not necessarily bad, because I mean, that's he's trying to sell records and tickets. So it's not necessarily bad, but I felt like where he was coming from and what he was doing was overly commercialized. And I felt like that being the sellout portion of the hip hop community, not doing it necessarily for the art form or anything like that, doing it 100% just to make money, which is not a bad thing, making money. But if that's, you know, if you into hip hop, into the culture, into all of that kind of stuff, and then you take it and you come up with a really watered down version of it to make money and only to make money, in my mind, that was a sellout.
That makes no sense, E.
Okay. I'm just telling you.
That makes no sense.
I'm
So was
telling
Michael
you
Jackson a
how I
sellout
feel.
in his music? Was Michael Jackson a sellout? He was the most commercialized artist of 3 decades. Michael Jackson had deals more than anyone. Was he a sellout?
I feel like maybe. And here's what I said. I feel like maybe. Here's why I feel like maybe. When I've watched some interviews, and when Michael Jackson and Quincy Jones did Off the Wall, you know, it was kind of a disco R&B record.
Oh, okay, I get it.
And then he specifically decided when he wanted to do Thriller, it wasn't necessarily about just like making a good genre of music. It was like, I want this to be the biggest record ever. So I want the songs on here to speak to everybody and, you know, become this major selling record. And when your focus, again, which is not a bad thing. I'm not saying this is bad. I'm just saying in terms of whether or not one's a sellout or one ain't, however you define it. And again, that was the, 19-year-old Emmanuel Livingston definition. So depending on how you define it, when Michael decides, I don't want to do another exceptionally successful Off the Wall with R&B roots and all of that kind of stuff. I want to go hardcore pop and make this the biggest selling record of all time. That was his goal in making that. Then one could say, yeah, he kind of sold out. He sold out
basically
what he was and what he came from to go somewhere. But again, that's not necessarily a bad thing.
So basically, from what I'm hearing, if you're a crossover artist, and this is what you were called back in the day, was a sellout if you were a crossover artist. So to bigger your audience, to put to become more mainstream, it sounds like, and I know for a fact that artists were called sellouts back in the day when they did that. I specifically remember a scene in the 5 Heartbeats when they were off on tour and a record was made. Y'all know 5 Heartbeats my shit, right? So a record was made. They were out on tour and they came back, and their manager, some guy, PR guy, got off the bus and he showed them their new album cover, and it was a bad situation. But it was 3 white boys on the cover on the beach or something. It was crazy. That part was crazy. But their biggest problem was they didn't want to be crossover artists. And that was going to make them, in their minds, was going to put them on the level of being sellouts. The Temptations had the same problem with Motown, to be honest with you. Motown wanted to do something big for the Temptations because they were bigger than just the audience that they had. And their biggest argument back in the day was, don't want to be crossover artists because we don't want to be considered sellouts. And I can name plenty of people.
Now, but understand this, at least in my mind, there's a difference. Like, if you just making music, the music that you make, and whatever the natural progression of your music is, and it crosses over, that's one thing. But if you specifically go out of your way to change your music, change your style, just for the purpose of crossing over, then I think, yeah, you selling out. And again, I'm not saying that that's a bad, like, look, if you tell me, Eli, we know you like this music, but if you do this music, you'll get paid. Eli might do that music because Eli want to get paid. And I won't be mad about you calling me a sellout because this ain't even the music that I feel, but this is music that'll get me paid. And then other people might be like, well, he's just a crossover artist. He's still making good music, blah, blah, blah. But I know in my heart, this ain't who I am and where I am. This is for the money. I sold out. And again, so that's not bad. I got to feed my family.
So that's how you feel Hammer did. MC Hammer did that in your mind.
Yes.
He watered down hip hop. He wasn't really a hip hopist, bro. He was more of he was a dance music guy who happened to add rap lyrics to his music, to be honest with you, bro. I don't think anybody ever sat down and listened to an MC Hammer song and was thinking that he was a lyrical, he had no structure of.
I agree. I agree. Nobody necessarily felt like that. But again, what I felt like was his intent was to masquerade as a hip hop artist, but like you said, water it down to the point where it crosses over and I make a whole lot of money. And again, I'm not necessarily saying that that's bad. Making money is not bad, but if the reason that you're doing the thing, whatever it is, and this is just kind of my definition of a sellout, if you are not true to whatever it is that you're doing and you compromise whatever it is specifically for money, you sold out. Again, selling out is not necessarily always, it's not bad, but in my mind, that is like the definition of a sellout. I'm doing this. I'm compromising who I am, what I believe, whatever, for money. That is selling out. Now, whatever your connotations are for sellout, that's on you. You got to reconcile that within yourself. I don't think being a sellout means you're a horrible human. I don't think it means that, any of that kind of stuff. It just means just that. This is for the money. Period. So, again, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying these are bad people because they sold out. And crossing over don't necessarily mean that you sold out. Again, if you're doing it and you graduate and you mature and you're like, I'm feeling this different vibe. Like, I wouldn't necessarily say that Ray Charles sold out when he was making whatever he was making, kind of R&B, and decided, you know what, I want to do some country music. I wouldn't say he sold out. I don't think he was doing the country music, like, hey, if I do country music, then I'll reach new and it'll be more money. No, that's just what he wanted to do. He wanted to branch out and do different things. And if you're doing it for that reason, you're not selling out. But if you are doing it specifically, but if we water it down a little bit and we can get that white money too, then yeah, you're selling out. And that's not, again, I have to keep saying it because people don't sell out and people get all worked up over the word sellout. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just a different direction. But if you're compromising what you believe, what you think, your art form, whatever, specifically, not for artistic integrity or growth, but specifically for money, then yeah, you're selling out.
Okay. I don't agree with that.
Then what do you think? What do you think a sellout is?
I think a sellout is someone who could possibly who leaves their folks because maybe they think that the grass is greener on the other side, and maybe they got where they are today off the backs of other people, and then they don't do anything to benefit those folks. And when I say that in music, when I say that in
sellout to me, that's not that's just a bad almost just a bad person. But again,
well, no.
when you
asked me what my
about
definition, you asked me what my definition of a sellout
right.
is.
I did.
And I'm saying that I think a sellout is someone that uses that gets somewhere in life off of a group of people, and then kind of like stop effing with them and go off to the greener pastures of what they think is better. I'll give you a perfect example of what I think a sellout is, and some people gonna really hate me. They probably gonna leave me alone, and they probably don't rock with me anyway. But I can honestly tell you that I think Tina Turner is possibly a sellout because she got off on the R&B, chitlin ring, the whole nine, and she made all her money on black music. And then she left black music alone and went straight pop and then start living over in England. She is from Butt Nicks, Tennessee, and she has the English Queen's dialect now. And I don't mean it to be mad at her, you know, like a shot at her. I'm just being honest and saying that's a true sellout. A person that made all their money on a Motown run. And I know she needed to get the hell away from Ike. I ain't mad at that. I'm just talking about how she became famous, how she became the name. And like she said, I worked hard for this name, Tina Turner. That's all I want. You can keep everything else. You can keep everything else, all the money, the cars, all the shit we owe money on, all the masters, all of that. I kept it all. The reason why she wanted her name is because that was a name that she built. Yeah. And she took that name and she crossed over and never came back. When was the last time Tina Turner made an album that was R&B?
But I don't understand your definition using Tina Turner as an example. If Tina Turner just decided this is not the kind of music that I want to make, and especially when she made that decision, she didn't know that she was going to make more money in another genre, but she just decided, I want to do, you know, this true. More, this, I want to do.
That's not true.
No, it is 100% true. There is no way that you know before you make the music that you going to blow up in the different genre. It's impossible to know that.
That's not true because she wanted to rock. She wanted to rock with the high-powered Rick Rubins and stuff like that over on the white music groups. I mean, not groups, but the music producers. She wanted those guys that was doing Beethoven type background music. She wanted that type of stuff. She wanted to be over there. I get it. But right. What made her, but does she not owe the people that you don't think that the R&B people who rock with her, who made her Tina Turner, who bought her records and watched her tour, you don't think that she owed them the original her? That's a sellout when you leave your people and leave them alone. It don't have to be white or black. It don't have to be that. She don't come back and sing. She don't do that, bro. Now that Rolling on the River, they'll never make another song like that for her. They tried to with that Terradome shit, but Tina would never have a Rolling on the River song. How did she make it? How did she make that? Was one of her biggest hits.
Here is, and I can't believe I'm defending Tina Turner because again, I'm not a huge Tina Turner fan.
It's not really Tina Turner. It's the principles of her moves.
No, I'm saying that's cool because that is your definition. And who am I to tell you how to define anything for you? The reason that I would disagree with that for my definition is because I don't know that her sole reason for doing that was money. Like she wanted to go in a different direction.
No, I'll give you that.
And so to me, when the term sellout, the fact that when you're buying or selling something, there's money exchange, which is a portion of typically money is exchange. And a portion of that's why my definition is what it is. Because what you're saying is you can buy, the money will cause me to put my integrity down or my art down or my craft down or my people down or my whatever down. It's the money that's making me do it. That's to me why we call it selling out, because you do it for money. If you just do it for creative purposes, which it seems to me like possibly that's why Tina did it. She was feeling that particular genre, maybe those particular people. And that was what she wanted to do, not knowing that it was going to be successful.
She wanted Mick Jagger. She wanted all that shit.
Okay, cool. But that's because that's what she liked. But
right.
I don't know that there was like, here's
but
some money, Tina, if you make this kind of music.
You know,
and then Tina's like, how much money?
Bro, that's being naive, King. That's being naive to think that there's not a bigger picture on the other side. They knew that those were album buying people. She knew that touring could be hundreds of thousands of people a year. She knew that. You can't be in that industry and not know that there's a gold mine in a certain genre of music.
You don't know that you're gonna be successful when you totally do a switch from one genre to another. There is no guarantee that other genre, the people who rock with that genre, are gonna rock with you.
And now let me ask you this. Now you're right. You have 100%. Your point is on point. But now let me ask you this: if she would have failed at the Mick Jagger the Mick Jagger act and all that, if she would have failed in that pop space, would she have just laid down and stopped working in a career? No, she would have went back to her. No, she would have went back to singing all that other shit that made her who she is today. That's what she would have done.
Neither one of us can possibly know that.
No, I can guarantee you she ain't gonna sit at home and have all that money sit. She's not gonna let the money. She's not gonna leave all that money on the table, bro. It's not gonna happen. If she would have failed at the pop move, she would have went back in and she would have went into singing Rolling on the River and all over again.
Then she would have been a sellout. Then she would have been a sellout. Because if you say, this is what I want to do, I don't want to do that anymore, which is kind of why I call Will Smith a sellout. If you say, this is what I want to do, I don't want to do that anymore, and then that don't work, and you like, but y'all still going to give me money to do that? Now you selling out. You selling out.
Now, how is Will Smith a sellout? What did he ever play in that's different than what he's doing?
Now, Will Smith said he wasn't going to ever do hip-hop again. It was too misogynistic, and it was this, and it was that, and he bashed hip-hop and said he wasn't going to ever do it again.
But he never...
got that little... yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
No. I'm saying he didn't say that. I'm saying that Will Smith never promoted the type of hip-hop that you just described.
Don't matter.
He never said he wasn't.
He said he was never gonna do hip-hop again. He said it, and they offered him some money, and he did it. That, in my definition, is a sellout.
So you think he did it for the money, whatever song it is? What was it, an album or a song you're referring to?
He did a whole album. Yeah, that's when he was getting jiggy with it. Nah, get jiggy with it. That whole album was after he quit hip hop. He quit,
and he went back to singing hip hop. Lyrics or whatever, like he did in the beginning. He never came out as a gangster. He never came out about women twerking and none of that shit.
Well, he tried to come out as a gangster at one point, just for the record.
What?
He did try to come out as a
gangster.
No. He
took shots at people that called him Soft Willie.
What was that? No, what was that song? It was a song that he had. I can't think of what the song was, but he was talking about hitting people with an uppercut. It was a horrible, horrible song. But he had a song where he did try to be hard. I don't remember the name of it, but I remember the hook was something like, and I hit you with an uppercut. That was the whole hook. It was horrible. But that's not the point that I'm making. Is not what style he came back as.
So he did a collab with NWA.
If I tell you I'm never doing Talk again, and then Wyatt called me and Wyatt say, yo, I got $500,000 to do this show, and I'm like, all right, I'm in. I just sold out. I did it for the money.
That's selling out. That's a different kind of sellout.
That's the kind of sellout that I'm talking about. That's the only type of sellout that I'm talking about.
I thought you was
that has been my definition since the first minute we started talking about this.
You called MC Hammer a sellout. That don't meet that criteria of sellout that you just described. MC Hammer didn't do none of the shit you just talked about.
What I said about MC Hammer, and again, selling out is not necessarily bad. It's not necessarily bad. Y'all think it's an insult. I don't look at it necessarily as being an insult. I just look at it as being a factual description of what happened. And if I say I'm gonna do it this way for money. That's the only reason that I'm changing changing this art form, or changing my style, or changing my genre, or changing my affiliation, or changing who I support. If I'm doing it for money,
King,
I sold out.
I get it. Do me a favor if you don't mind. Just do me a favor. Let's calm down. Do me a favor. Put the glasses on. Just do it, King. Do it, King. Do it, King. We got some people that came in late. Just do it. Dun, 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 dun. There he is. Okay. Now look at the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a sellout. You sold out, man. You ain't never been like that. You changing up. You come on the show with the glasses on. You looking down on body. These are the people that got you started and supported you over the years. Now that's a sellout. Who with me on that? All right, man, you can lose that shit now. You can lose that. I was just playing, but damn, you feeling yourself in them glasses, Mo D. Just what was Mo D's favorite hit? Somebody tell me what was Mo D's favorite shit. What was his favorite stuff? What was his, not Wild Wild West? What was Mo D's greatest hit? Because I like Do You Know What Time It Is? You know, he was one of my guys, bro. So I really like Cool Mo D. But let's see. He had Wild Wild West. He had Do You Know What Time It Is? And then he battled, for some ungodly reason, he battled LL Cool J, and L just lit him up. Somebody have to remind me. I go to work. Thank you, Brent. I go to work. That's the song that he was singing on stage. That's the song he was singing on stage. Bro, he was not going to work. He sound like, oh, go see the doctor. Thank you. He sound like, bro, he needed an oxygen tank. I'm not lying. I don't know how long the show had been going on.
That's a bit of a fast-paced, you know what I'm saying? That, you know, you gotta be, because lyrically, it's a lot packed in there. So yeah, I mean, you know, he older. I could see that being difficult for the old man to get out.
Yeah,
it's a lot of words packed in there.
Yeah, okay. I mean, Mo D was he was heavy D. I mean, I'm just telling you, bro. He was looking a little bit different.
You know the lyrics. You know the lyrics to I work. I go to work.
I do not.
Oh my goodness!
Bro, it's been 40 years. I can't remember shit like that. It's been 30 years. I don't remember. Listen, bro, I don't remember those lyrics from the early hip hop days. My mind has been taken over by other shit, you know, and I'm older.
I'm not even a hip hop guy. I'm not a hip hop guy. Let me repeat that. I am not a hip hop guy. There's a very few, you know, songs and artists. Number one, that I recognize, and then number two, that I know. But I know that one. Come on.
All right. Well, man, listen, like I said, I was a DJ back in the day, and I still don't remember all those lyrics. Though, I mean, it's just been too long for me. If somebody's vegetable, if you eating vegetables and your memory can last 30 and 40 years and know somebody else's lyrics, God bless you. But my memory bank don't serve. It don't really have that type of memory. I don't have them type of bit backs and shit left in my mind. I don't have it. I got other shit to worry about these days. But I can't remember all those lyrics. Shit, NWA, some of them starting to fade away out of my mind right now too.
Shame on you.
I'm sorry. But anyway, King, let's move on, man. Hold on 1 second. Give me 2 ticks. You take it.
All right. We about to move on to something. I'm not sure. But we had a discussion about a number of things that we wanted to talk about today, and hip hop and being a sellout was not one of them. So I'm not even 100% sure how we got here, but that's what we do, man. We talk it. So that's what we do.
Well, my dog, man, he ran off with my little thing, and I had to go get him real fast. And you know, he's a badass little dog, so I had to go get him. His name is Duke, and I didn't want him to get the paper towel to be all over the crib and shit like that. But anyway, all right. So Anthony Prosser said, let's talk scooters. Quick thing on that real fast. How's the scooter? You ain't been home. You haven't been home.
I haven't. And today was going to be my day to start pulling the moped apart, but I got to take care of that tree.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. Tree fell down. All right. So listen, man.
Did you hear about Brent want to know what are the telephone numbers there at the bottom of the screen?
Yeah.
513-310-0546, or of course 513-717-KING. That's 513-717-5464.
Oh, let me just say this to the folks too. We have a tentative date on our live broadcast. We're gonna be down at Eli's. I know some of y'all tripping when we say Eli's because we all know that the King, his stage name. You might as well put the glass on. His stage name on the singing group. Can I get the name of the group again? E.
The Color of Rhythm.
The Colored in the Rhythm. The Color of Rhythm, which is Emmanuel's singing group. His group, his stage name is Eli. So ironically, one of the places that we're going to do our live broadcast coming up soon, the tentative date is August the 1st, and it's going to be at Eli's Barbecue down at the Findlay Market. I think that's going to be a great time. I think we'll have a good time. We want everybody to come out, bring your own wallet. We might give away a gift certificate or some shit like that, maybe. But like they have really good barbecue and food, and we're looking for you guys to come down and try it. And then, you just never know, the relationship can grow from there. So mark your calendars. August the 1st, you'll get a chance to meet the King himself. The King himself, Emmanuel Livingston.
Down at Eli.
At Eli.
Looking forward to that.
That'll be pretty good. We're going to confirm everything right now. That's the tentative date, August the 1st at 1:00. That's what time our show starts.
Y'all can come on down, get some lunch, hang out, and enjoy the show live, participate live, all of that good stuff. Yeah.
And for those that don't eat pork, there's other things on the menu. Y'all can sit back and pump fake. You don't eat them bologna sandwiches and all that other shit, but all right, we can square you up, get you a pot of cornbread or something, pot of string beans or something, and they got good food, man. So you might want to check them out. Chicken? They don't eat chicken. It's the one down on Terry Trice says which Eli's. It's the one on Findlay Market, down by Findlay Market. So that'll give us a chance. Some of y'all, ain't never really been down there, since we talking about sellouts. Once again, I just want to say my definition of a sellout, and the only definition I know of a sellout, is someone that came up a certain way and they leave it alone when they come up that way and they never look back and they never reach back to help. That's a sellout to me.
I don't like that definition.
You don't?
No.
That's not a sellout in your book?
No, but we moving on. We moving on. We moving
all right. On. Well, anyway, all right. That's my definition. But listen, did you hear about the shooter in Indiana, bro?
I heard about it, even though I didn't see the stories on it. So fill me in.
Well, there was an active shooter in Indiana at a mall, Greenwood Mall. I'm not quite sure exactly where that is in Indiana, but there was a shooter that walked into a mall right around the time the mall was closing on Saturday. And he actually shot 6 people. Active shooter at the food court, bro. Took a shotgun not a shotgun, but a rifle, into the mall and shot like 6 people. And then he was taken out by a guy in the mall who happened to be strapped himself by a citizen. And this is what I've been trying to tell people in my perspective, and I'll love to hear what you say about this as well. But this is why I think it's important for people to be able to arm themselves, because here this man is that walk into a mall with a fully loaded gun, and he can shoot as many people, as many bullets as he has, he can shoot that many people. And now that mall turns from a soft target to now a harder target to get his stuff off on, to shoot people, because he got eliminated. He got taken down by somebody who happened to have a gun, who was minding their own business and doing what they were supposed to be doing with their gun, and that was to protect themselves. And this man walks into the mall, shoots 6 people, 4 of them die, 2 of them survives, one's in critical condition, one of them happens to be a 12-year-old, and then a 22-year-old young man actually shoots and kills the perpetrator in this act. And I'm asking the audience, after, I want to hear your take on that, E, but I'm asking the audience is, do you think that the man that shot the guy who took the perpetrator out should be charged with murder? Because there are people saying that he had no business shooting that man. That sounds crazy to me.
It sounds crazy to me too. I know that there are people who feel that way. And to me, that was the benefit of the potential benefit of this law in Ohio. Now, of course, he shouldn't be charged with murder. I believe that if you harm or kill someone defending somebody else, like legit defending, I mean, he's actively shooting people, killing them, and you shoot him. No, that's not murder. No, that's not murder. So no, there should be no charges for him. But that to me was the benefit of a law like the law that we have in Ohio, where now I can go buy a gun and I can carry it with me. I'm not carrying it with me just to shoot people for fun. That's the reason I'm carrying it with me. Now, whether or not I would have, still been in that mall because I'm not a cop. So I'm not running towards the shooting. You know what I'm saying? But if I happen to be in that vicinity and he starts shooting people, innocent people, and I have a gun on me, my life is in danger too. So yeah, I'm going to shoot. I'm going to do my best to take that guy out. And to me, that just makes sense. That's the part that I don't understand for the people who are against us arming ourselves for protection. I don't understand the mindset behind you shouldn't be able to arm yourself all the bad dudes can go get guns illegally and any other kind of way. But the rest of us, we got to jump through hoops to arm ourselves, to protect ourselves. No, he shouldn't be charged with nothing. If anything, he should be held as a hero. There's no way, because I've been watching the news. There's no way I should not have heard about this story already, which says to me there might be some sort of agenda going on
of course,
that I haven't heard this story. But no, that's the reason that people like me want to be able to buy and carry a gun.
Right. And let's just be real. Most gun holders, now a lot of people may not understand this and may not agree with it, but most gun owners, the majority of gun owners are responsible individuals, and they do what they're supposed to do with their guns. You're going to always have some people that do it the right way and things go bad and go wrong. You have some parents that buy guns legally, don't buy the lock boxes, and then kids get to the guns, accidentally shoot them. These are accidental situations that are going to happen, but you can't penalize everyone because of the mistakes of others. You just can't do it. The large majority of gun owners in this country, I mean, crime shows it. I mean, the large majority of gun holders in this country are responsible gun owners. And this particular situation that happened in this Indiana mall is a perfect example of what has been said. And that is, the more we reduce soft targets, the less it's the least likelihood that something like this will happen again. Now, the next active shooter that goes into a mall has to think, well, there's about 1,300 people in here, or 5,000 people in here. Out of 5,000 people, I know a couple of them got guns. They have to second guess where they're going to do their damage. And that has to be something that we have to consider as a good thing, because we're never going to stop active shooters. And I'm tired of people paying attention. They paying more attention to it now, E, than they've been paying to it in the last 5 years. This stuff has been going on. And just because this law has changed here recently, now you want to start paying attention to every shooting that's going on and want to blame it on the new law. And that's just not, that's not fair. It's not right. It's not accurate. And you're going to brainwash yourself with misinformation.
Do situations like this make you less likely to go out in public?
Yes. I said it on my show on, I think, Thursday or Friday. And I think AP called the show. He called Wyatt-Live and he said, I'm not going to live in like, I'm not going to, just stay in the house. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this. No one's going to stop me from living. It's not like you're being bullied into it. I think safety and care for yourself, if you want to call that being bullied, that's one thing. But for me, I don't do a lot of things in life, not because that I feared it to happen to me. I do it in life because I know other people and I don't want their dysfunction or some of the things they're going through in life to come off on me, because a lot of innocent people get killed off of one messed up person. Look at the children down in Uvalde, Texas. Look at the 13 black folks that were in the grocery store, in the grocery store. If there was somebody in that grocery store carrying a gun, that they may have reduced that 13 killing to maybe 6 or 5 or 4. You just never know. It's an easy, I guess, or assumption, but we got to look at it for what it really is. We're not going to get the mental health people and these guys that we know have no business with guns. We're not going to get them off the streets. It's just not going to happen. And if you're worried about the mental illness or the mental health people on the street, you have to have that same energy for the gangsters with the guns on the street.
Now, for the people who are I don't want to say anti-gun, but anti-guns being readily available to the public, does a situation like this even begin to change your mind? Like, do you then see the value of potentially people like me being able to go buy a gun and just walk around about my day? Or are you still like, well, no, it's bad. It's going to increase homicides and suicides and all the other sides. And, so people should have to jump through hoops to have guns. And I saw where Brent had a comment, and Brent says, I just say, if you black and you pull out a gun for an active shooter in the mall, when the police roll in, they ain't going to ask no questions. They just going to start blasting. I mean, you got to be smart. You know what I'm saying? I think you got to be smart, even though there was a story, and you might have more detail on the story, but there was a story where someone had stopped an active shooter and the police rolled up and saw them with a gun. And so they shot them. They shot the person who was the hero in the situation, and they didn't face any consequences because they said, how are they supposed to know? So you have to be careful and, smart. Hey, after you shoot the dude, you put that gun down, and you know what I'm saying? Right. You stand there,
you do
surrender.
Right.
You don't do anything when the police roll in that's gonna make you a target.
Yeah, because the police may have a description and they may not. They don't know who the active shooter is. You could have neutralized that active shooter. The active shooter could be down, and here come the police coming around one of those bends, coming around the corner, and see you in your aiming position, and now they think you're the shooter. So yeah, that could easily happen. But let's just say this 22-year-old kid didn't. And I want to emphasize that this kid, who is now considered to be a hero in that community, he's 22 years old. And see, we so big on trying to talk about all these young folks carrying guns. Well, here's a young folk that had a gun, and he did a very responsible thing. He utilized his weapon for what it is really truly meant for. And that's the protection. His life and others' lives were in intimate danger. And y'all got to understand that the police are never going to be there right when the shooting starts, but you will be. You will be. The police are reactive. They're there after the call comes. They don't come until the first shot rings out. By the time they get there, 13, 14, 15, 20 shots have already rang out. So you need somebody on the scene. And let's be clear. Most people that could go to a gun store today, I'm talking about Premier, any gun store in Cincinnati, they can go to a gun store today and buy a gun if as long as they don't have any felonies and things of that nature. But most people that buy a gun just buy one off the shelf or out of the casing and know how to work it. There's going to take a level of training for anybody and everybody who wants to be a responsible gun owner. I don't know anybody today that's going to buy a gun just on their free will, and they're going to buy it because they can, and then walk out of there with absolutely no training or no intentions of getting training, and just going to walk out. First of all, you don't even know how to load it. Tell me how many people can buy a 9mm today with no training and know how to load the gun. Most people can't even load the gun.
Well, I would imagine the first time that I went shopping for a gun, I had used firearms when I was younger for hunting in the great state of Alabama, but I had never used a handgun. The guy at the counter showed me how to load it and how to chamber the bullet and how to unload it and all of that kind of stuff. You're going to get that basic level when you buy it. You're going to get that basic level of, showing you how to do it.
Yeah, I mean, but that's not enough, E. You can't learn how to load a gun and be done with it in 5 minutes, bro. You can't buy a gun from a gun store and know how to utilize the safety is the simplest thing on the gun. But, the dropping the clip and doing this type of stuff, it takes a repetitive, people have to know. You have to kind of be there and study it and understand from the trainers and things of that nature how to actually work a gun, or you won't load it properly. You can't watch how to load a 9mm in 5 minutes of a purchase and you got it. It's not that simple.
You gotta practice and all of that kind of stuff. Go to the gun range or wherever.
But that the majority of people that are gonna buy a gun and are responsible people are going to go over and go over and beyond to be able to do what's necessary for them to do what's right with the gun. And what I mean by that is they're going to have proper training. They're going to have, I'm just talking about the average guy that go buy the gun, average guy or woman that go buy the gun. I don't think so. I don't know who's out on the streets carrying guns and they don't want any type of training. Like I got our practice range.
No, I don't know about that. I actually know people who have guns, who carry them, who've never had like a gun safety class. I know a few people who, it's not, I don't want to, it's not rocket science. You know what I'm saying? You can figure some stuff out, and there's other information out there. If you know people who have YouTube. Guns, they'll show you things. There's a lot of ways, but I'm just disagreeing. I know a lot of people who have guns. When I say a lot, I'm talking probably 10, 15 people who walk around with guns in their pockets or in a holster who've never taken a gun safety class. So I think I'm going to disagree with you.
And they're doing that now. Are they doing that now? Excuse me. Are they doing that now because of the new law?
No, they've been doing it. They've been doing
it. Okay. So that kind of makes my point. I don't think people were going to do what they're going to do. Gangsters that's on the street with these guns, this new law has no effect on them. I mean, they were going to do that anyway. People that were carrying
these dudes that I'm talking about ain't gangsters on the street.
I know. I was getting that. I said the gangsters on the street. Okay. The gangsters on the street are going to carry the guns and do what they've been doing. Nobody's requiring or asking them to go to classes and all that shit. And then the people that you're talking about are going to carry these guns and not have any training or whatever. Been doing that. Okay. I know people I know convicted felons that's carrying guns that ain't got no, but they went to jail 20, 30 years ago and can't really get a gun, but they still carry a gun. They taking the chance of getting a weapons under disability charge because of their own safety. And here's the thing. If they have to use that gun and have no business with it, and they murder someone, if they're in protection of their life, if they're self-defending themselves, the charge will only be, not in all cases, but in some cases, if you just put the picture on it of he was truly defending himself, he won't catch a murder case, but he will catch a weapons under disability charge because he had no business with that weapon. And most convicted felons will say, okay, that's a small price to pay versus a murder charge. Or me losing my life.
But and this is totally hypothetical, but let's say that, excuse me, the 22-year-old in the mall who shot the guy who was shooting people had a felony and had no business having that gun. and he shoots that guy, saving innocent lives. I'm asking you, as a person who deals in the criminal justice system, do they still charge that guy with weapons under disability? Do they still send him to jail for having that weapon, even though what he did was purely heroic?
Wait a minute. Say that again, because I was reading a comment. Someone said, oh, I think he said that's true. Okay. So say your question again, E. I'm sorry. I heard the last end of it.
Hypothetically speaking, the guy in the mall, 22-year-old, let's say he had a felony and he had no business having that gun, but he's there, same situation. He shoots the guy, saving countless innocent lives. In your dealings in the criminal justice system, do they still send him to jail for that?
He can be sent to jail, but it won't be for murder.
But I'm saying, given that situation and the criminal justice system the way it is, will they still send him to jail, or will they look at it and say,
yeah, he can be sent to jail based on his past? And let me tell you why he can be sent to jail. And here's where a lot of felons, convicted felons who have done their time and who feel like the justice system is cheating them. And I kind of agree with this. Everybody that go to jail, if they've done their time, there has to be a recourse. There has to be a level of time that goes by before you give a person another chance at being a human being and being able to do the constitutional things that America's supposed to supply to you, which is the rights to bear arms, the right to protect yourself. If you're a convicted felon, I'm just going to use the state of Ohio. If you're a convicted felon in the state of Ohio, you can no longer carry a gun even after your time is up. You're a convicted felon, and now you can't be within feet or a handshake of a gun. You can catch a weapons under disability charge. Let's say this would have been Kenwood Mall. Let's say that you did 3 years, 3 years on a gun charge 20 years ago, E. You were the guy in the mall and there was an active shooter and you had no business with a gun. And that guy was shooting 30 yards from you, shooting people up, and you took your illegal gun out and you shot and killed him. You're not facing a murder charge there. You're not facing a murder charge. But what you are facing are the consequences of having the gun illegally, which would be a weapons under disability charge. You can legally defend yourself when intimate danger is in front of you, even as a convicted felon. But now with these new laws, these convicted felons still can't protect themselves out here. And I'm not batting for them. I'm batting for an American. You know, I'm not specifically trying to single out convicted felons and say they need rights. I'm talking about based on how we all have these rights as Americans. I don't think if you're a convicted felon and went to jail and did your time, I don't think your constitutional rights should be canceled. I think they should be reinstated at a certain point in life. And in some states and some places they really are. But there's still some places that these guys cannot protect themselves the same way you and I can.
See, I'd like to think the outcry would be such that, you know, they wouldn't necessarily pursue those charges, or, you know, something would happen where they basically kind of give the wink and the nod and say, go home. But
you know, winks and nods going on in the criminal justice. That's what we've been fighting for years. When you get winks and nods, there's injustices. You know what I'm saying, bro? I mean, honestly, black folks are
what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but
winks and nods against us forever.
I also don't want people who I don't want a felon, a person who's been previously convicted of a felony, to be standing in the mall when somebody starts shooting and he got a gun, but because he got that felony, he ain't gonna do nothing to help. He just gonna run and let whatever happen because he don't want to end up in that, you know, in that situation. So
I agree.
From a reasonable standpoint.
If he is looking at a mandatory 36 months for having a weapon when he had no business having it, that's up to the judge's discretion to determine how much time this individual faces for having an illegal weapon on him. Because let's just say that shooting never happened. You know, the judge has to take in consideration, well, what were you doing with this weapon in the first place? Why did you have this weapon? And of course, his argument, which is a very strong one, is the criminals have weapons out here and I need a way to be able to defend myself, just like you and I. And I think that's a very strong argument. But we have to take in consideration the law is not, you know, it's black and white. It's very clear cut. Circumstances may have a lot to do with situations, right? But then you got to look at, that's where judges come in and make discretionary decisions. And in this case, I know this was a hypothetical. If that 22-year-old dude was somebody that just came home a year ago and he had that gun and had no business with that gun, then you have to look at him and say, hey, yeah, you're not going to be charged with murder, but you're going to be charged for having a gun illegally.
All right. I don't like it, but I understand it is what it is. It is what it is.
I mean, that's just happened to be the law. Now, I don't know what Indiana's law is, but I know this was a hypothetical, you know, we were just, you know, playing devil's advocate type of conversation.
Right.
But, you know, I'll give you a perfect example, bro. I did a show on Thursday. I think it was Thursday or Friday. Did you see the situation where the store clerk in Dayton, Ohio, didn't kill the girl, but the girl comes into the store? Did you see that? And they get into an argument. And the store clerk, the customer reaches behind the counter and drags her out and literally kicks her ass, beat her up. And then she didn't even get away, you know, like break away from getting her ass beat. The girl actually let her go. And then she started collecting her belongings. And then the store clerk go behind the counter, grab her gun, and come out shooting. Now, is that a level of self-defense? Or is that a situation where the store clerk had freed themselves, the intimate danger was over, and now she's facing aggravated assault?
I think legally, you no longer facing that danger. You can't go get a gun and shoot somebody. Legally, I don't believe that to be the case. However, I will say I understand. I will say I understand.
What part do you understand?
Man, you don't go grabbing on somebody, whooping their ass, and then just expect it to be over when you're ready for it to be over. It ain't over until I was wronged. I was wronged. It ain't over until I say it's over. So I understand the idea of, nah, you're not just going to beat my ass and that be okay. I understand that part.
The intimate danger was gone. And
hey, Wyatt.
Yeah.
Hey, we got a call. You want to take this call?
Okay, go ahead, brother. Good.
Hey, welcome to the King and I. What's your name?
It is Twin, man.
Hey, Twin.
Yeah, you told me I'm related to Big Frida, huh?
You asked me if I was related.
Get his ass, Twin. Get his ass.
I was related to Lawrence and Too Sweet. I answered the question. I just wanted to know, was you related to Big Frida? It's a legit question.
I don't do no cupcake, and ain't a legitimate question. I don't do no cupcake. Was Utah? That's why I'm saying my gangsters at you. Hey, man, you're a clown, man. Hey, look at here, man. Check D. I think dude had all rights, man. Because you know what? It reminds me, man, you saw a video up at that school in Texas, man, how scared the police was. What training they went through, man. Dude on his phone, the dude hitting the sanitizer button and everything. I mean, them police was so scared, man. I don't even know what to say about it, man. If they were so gangster stuff, they would have went in there and asked questions later. We shooting whoever coming through here. It's crazy, man, how you can't even go to school and get an education. And yeah, dude had all right to shoot that boy at that mall and everything. And he probably he could steal, like they said, to carry a gun. But now check dig though. I feel like this. If you're a crazy person and everything, no, you don't need don't give him no gun. Cause man, I know a lot of crazy people been on the 5th floor. And guess what? They gave him a permit. I'm like, hold on, this brother, this, you know what was up there on the 5th floor, how they get a permit to conceal a weapon? Me going through my issues and everything in the past, I can't carry one though. But I feel like this, right is right, wrong is wrong. If they can carry one, you ain't been in trouble in a long time. Even though you got out the joint, yeah, you got all right to carry a pistol and everything. And the government, the way it's messed up now, man, it's not cool how the government got this going, especially when Governor DeWine just passed that law, last month? So you can carry a gun, and you got these crazy little 19-year-olds, whatever, to carry a gun. That ain't right, man. America ain't nothing about the almighty dollars, man. Basically, if you look at it about the dollars and stuff, they don't care about nothing. If it ain't benefit them or whatever, them governments don't care, and they love for us to kill one another, and that's not right, man. But you know what? It was prophesied years ago. You either go suit up or boot up, because they about to take the police down, and I believe that and stuff. You either go do this or you go do that, and that's not right, man. Have folks, you get shot. Huh?
Who about to take the police down?
Man, it's been prophesied. Just I've been looking at it. This prophet, Brian Cardinal here, prophecy. He prophesied that how this was gonna go down, that a plague that was gonna come on and everything with disease, and that how you wanna join us, you gotta kill a police type. If you want to be join our gang or whatever, and it's about to go down, and I believe what he said, his prophecy and everything.
Huh? Whose prophecy was that?
Yo, call.
This a prophecy. His name Brian Cardinal. He preached in Mississippi. Google him and stuff. It's Carn. His name Brian. He prophesied everything that was going on in America and how it's gonna go down and everything. Just Google it on YouTube. He on there. He's preaching in Jackson, Mississippi, and everything. Start at what was the minute I started? 34. Started there. His name Brian Carn. Carn. Yeah, prophecy. I'm for real. I'll send it to you in email and your Facebook message. I'm gonna send it to you. Start at 34, and you go realize, put your 2 and 2 together. You like, oh, he is telling the truth, because it's the way it is, man. They ain't doing nothing but getting us back for y'all let George Floyd and everything. He got away. People got money and everything. People got sense and everything. No, we ain't gonna let this ride. And basically, they ain't had no mission shooting that boy 60 times like that, man. Y'all could have tased him or sit the dogs on him or whatever. Y'all shot that man cold blank 60 times for what? He ain't had no gun. Now he said he ain't no gun. Then y'all in the school and everything. Y'all in the hallway on your phone doing sanitizer and all that. Come on, man. The little boy already ran to the room, and it took y'all an hour just to get up in there. It's crazy, man. You got to carry your pole everywhere you go, man. That's sad, man. We weren't like that. I used to do my gang banging back in the late 90s and everything. Now these pity boppers and stuff, it ain't right, man. They shooting to kill everything, ask questions later. And I don't know, man. America better come together as one. Forget all this and all that. Focus on Russia, send money to Ukraine. No, y'all better send money to this United States, how to put these National Guards in there. Because I'm tired of police riding behind me. Every time I leave the store, I'm in Lincoln Heights, they ran behind me for what? I'm clean, man. I ain't been in trouble, man, 20-some years almost. I left that gang banging along. I still affiliate, like, yeah, what up? Shake it up with my partners and everything. But regardless of anything, I don't gang bang no more for what? I served my time and everything. It ain't worth it, man. It ain't worth it. Only time I go back and only time I go back, you mad if somebody really hurt my family. Other than that, I ain't about to be out there on no dummy mission. And I'm not no send-off. I always be a lead, not a follower. You ain't gonna send me off for nothing. Oh, they killing this. Well, for what? What you shooting them for? Ain't worth it. For what? Now you gotta do your 30 years, get commissary and noodles and all that. When you should avoid all this, certain things, like I tell people, man, I try to coach these young folks, certain things you just gotta do in life. You mature enough. You don't want to go back, man, waking up 6 o'clock, child time and all that. No, I ain't about to do all that, cook for nobody else. No, it's crazy how society and the government, they don't do that, man. They try to do this and all that. You got war over here, man. Y'all want to fight over there for what? Fighting you over there doing missions and all. Man, you got a war over here. Focus on home before you try to go out the country and everything. Yeah. Home is where we need it, man. You out here struggling and everything. Rent everywhere, gas high. For what? Y'all fighting over gas for what? For what, man? Money, greed. The American going down. You wonder why 9/11 all this happened. Yeah, because y'all dirty. How y'all treat black folks. We still waiting on our 40 acres in the mule. I'm sorry taking the church and letting the congregation open up. I'm sorry.
We in church.
Hey, man.
Twin, you
ain't down there with you.
Say that one more time.
Who is Mac Buddy on there with you on your Facebook? What's his name?
Tell him your name, sir.
Mac Buddy? What's that? Mac
Mac Buddy is like old school language, man. You know.
Okay, brother. I'm sorry about that. I'm Wyatt,
Buddy.
man. I appreciate your call. I'm with you.
Yeah.
I understand. There was a few things in there that I'd like to clear up that I know a little bit about with the Uvalde shooting situation. But other than that, man, you know, I agree. I mean, there's a lot of money that's allocated outside of this country that should really be going into our own country. We do get a lot of money. Yeah. We do get a lot of money here. But if they're gonna send a lot of money, if they're gonna keep a lot of money in house, I think it needs to be publicized so people will really know. But one thing they do publicize is $50 billion going over to Ukraine, and I'm still trying to figure out how that benefits us. That's it. So he's right. He's absolutely right when it comes to that.
Because look at it, Mac Buddy. Look, check D. You said when
I don't like that.
When you
I don't like Mac Buddy. No offense. You can call me any Mac Buddy. What ain't that like back in my day? Mac Buddy was something different.
Oh yeah, I know. What's your name again?
It's Wyatt or I.
Hi, what? Is I or Wyatt?
Yes.
Wyatt. Either one, bro.
Anything
with Mac, brother, buddy.
All right. Respect. But okay, you look at it like this. He said in office, when he get in office, he go clear up them people, college thing. He ain't did that yet. But you want to spend 50, 80 billion, huh?
I'm sorry.
50, 80 billion over there, Biden and everything. But you got stuff going on here, man. Come on. That's why I don't do that vote no more. When what you call was in there, they mad because he cleared up. He gave a lot of, he was clearing up and checking all them China and all this because they weren't paying tax. Trump was a good person until he got stupid at the end. He was a good person. Trump is not a politician. He about the almighty dollar, whatever the benefit people. He wasn't making the rich, poor, and all that. He was about money, man. And people didn't realize he started getting stupid at the end. But he was clearing the no. Y'all ain't been taxing them. No wonder America broke. That's what he tried to clear up. But people didn't realize. I voted for him, but the second time I did because I felt like he was stupid. Or whatever. But the first time, I didn't want no Biden, Hillary Clinton and all that. And I definitely didn't want no Obama because this here, Obama, you've been in office 8 years and you got Chicago struggling and everything, but you want to go find Bin Laden, which you probably didn't find, and you had another source find or whatever, but you got credit for that. But what about people that shot my uncle and stuff, fake like they the police? But you ain't find that and everything. Chicago was hurting, man. And people in Chicago look at that. Like, nah, man, F him, all type stuff. Man, you want nothing. The only thing you graded for, first black president. Okay, now what? I don't respect that man at all. It is what it is. Man, it's just stupid, man, how society is and the government and all that. If we don't come in one accord, America going down, which they is. That's why I respect my elders, older people. I look out, I work for older people, making sure they good, even though they other family disown them. I still check out for my elders, and I got respect for elders. I don't care what you say, get smart with me. I'm not going to get smart with you. I'm going to say, how you doing? God bless you and keep it moving. That's what type of person I am now. I was, immature back in the day, but now I'm an older person, 42 years old, still blessed and stuff. Man, that's why I thank God every time. If I see a homeless person out there, hey, you hungry? Whatever, hey, I'm bragging about it is what it is. I'm a changed heart. I'm a changed man, man. I don't be on that gangbanging stuff, none of that. Good. It is what it is, man. I keep it moving. That's why I feel I was twin, you doing this, you still fit. Yeah, I'm affiliated with the gang members and everything. Because they're my brothers. I'm still affiliated. But do I go out there, shoot them up, bang, bang, and everything? No, I don't do that, man, because I know what's behind the back door. It's behind the back door. If you go out there, be on dummy, that's what you go get, a dummy mission.
All right.
So looking at 20 to 40, but, I'm sorry you're taking to church, man. It is. I had to get it off my chest, man.
That's all right. Sometimes you gotta get it off your chest. And before you go, just for the record, you are not related to Big Freedia.
No, I'll keep it, I'll keep it, I'll keep it moving, man. I just like having fun. I know it's a joke, no offense or whatever. I just like cracking up because I miss, you being on Lincoln where I'm like, man, y'all say Emmanuel feet, come on, man. And then I always say, Emmanuel messing with us with the towers or something. He must unplug some wires or something. And I say, Terrence Howard, if Emmanuel was there, it wouldn't be like that. So, it's all a joke. Some
it's all
like,
good, twin.
Get on, looking at people get on Facebook and say crazy stuff, but it's all, I like having fun and make people happy. That's all it is, man.
Twin, my brother, somebody asked
be safe, man.
Twin.
What'd he say?
Somebody said, what's your definition of a sellout?
What you say?
He said, what's your definition of a sellout?
Somebody asked
my definition of a sellout. All right, a definition of a sellout is a person like, say I go against that person or whatever and tell them, no, don't do that. And then I go behind their back like, all right, we got the deal and everything. That's the definition of a sellout. When I know I ain't supposed to be handling this deal or whatever, but I go behind my homie if they back and stuff and like, hey, man, twin, that's how you go cut through or whatever. Because there's been a lot of people like that in the drug gang or whatever, do this or do that. Like Lincoln Ware, he's a sellout sometimes. I hate to admit it. He's a sellout. Because he getting paid on the table. It go beyond that. I'll confront him one day about it.
All right. Hey, twin, we appreciate your call, man.
I know, man. I'm sorry to take you out of church and stuff.
It's all good.
Was open.
Call in anytime. Man. All right. That was Twin.
What was that? What was that you were talking about? You said that he was related to somebody. What was that?
No, that was from earlier in the day. I was watching the Lincoln Ware show, and I had made some comments, and he asked if I was related to Lawrence or Too Sweet or Blade, and I thought it was just a question, and I said no. And I asked him, was he related to Big Frida?
Big Frida?
Is this the question? I can't believe you got Big Frida music ready to go. Oh boy. Oh.
I'm just playing, just having a good time.
I don't know what's happening. You had Big Frida queued up. That's funny.
No, I pulled it up because you was talking about Big Frida. I'm like, who the hell is Big Frida like that? But
hey, we got another call coming in. Yeah,
I got one coming in on this end too. But go ahead.
All right.
Call me
back.
Hey,
caller, you're on the King and I podcast. What's your name?
It's Marquetta. Y'all just got me kicked off of Facebook for another 30 days.
I didn't get you kicked off.
That's King,
not me. Your fault, but
oh, what's on your mind?
Big Frida, the Queen Diva, best a believer. What you know about her?
I've heard of her. That's it. That's all I know.
That's all you know about Big Frida? That's my goal.
That's it. That's all I know.
I had to call in first because you was talking about Tina Turner and MC Hammer being sellouts. What did you listen to in the early 80s?
I listened to a lot of stuff. I'm more of an R&B dude, though.
So you don't remember Kid and Play? They had a whole cartoon. They had a cereal. You talk about commercialized. It was like the biggest movies. They had the biggest commercial success, I think, of any early hip hop artist that came out at the time. You remember when music was happy, when we had Heavy D? You remember Heavy D, man?
I remember Heavy D.
I do.
Do you remember Salt and Pepper?
I remember them, yes.
Yeah, and it was fun, and we was singing, and we was happy. How come when Black people like MC Hammer make fun, happy, sing-songy music, they sell out, but people who make music about killing people and murdering people and drug running like Ice Cube and NWA are kind of celebrated like heroes?
Well, I wouldn't say that. Again, there's nothing wrong with being a sellout. Again, y'all,
yes,
the way that y'all viewing a sellout is different than the way that I view a sellout. I view a sellout, again, I guess, I don't know how we got back to this. I view a sellout as if you say, I don't believe in this. this ain't the direction I want to go or whatever, but give me the money and I'll do it. You just sold out. Is there anything wrong with making money? No. So by that, I'm not saying that there's something wrong with it. I'm just saying it is what it is.
Do you know who Larry Hoover is?
Say that one more time.
Larry Hoover. Do you know who Larry Hoover is?
Larry?
Founder of the Gangster Disciples?
No, I don't know who Larry Hoover is.
I know who he is.
So so Larry Hoover in prison, he want to get out. He came out publicly and said, listen, when I made the Gangster Disciples and I made this group, it was for Black empowerment and political power. What they're doing right now, I'm against it. So I renounced the Gangster Disciples and every associated gang that's with them. So that's the folks, that's the El Rukins, everybody. So Larry Hoover is in jail, but people like Kanye West and Drake are pushing for him to be released.
Okay.
But he ain't no longer pushing gangsterism. But did you know people like Lil Durk, Lil Baby, Young Thug, Gunna, Fetty Wap, all of them got RICO charges from the federal government and they facing prison time right now because in their music, they were using their lyrics to encourage gang violence. And in Atlanta, the prosecutor is saying that Young Thug has like 50 murders that he could possibly be responsible for using his music, I don't know what you call that, his music label as a cover for this gang running operation. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with Fetty Wap, but Fetty Wap is that one-eyed rapper who came out years ago. He was indicted for pushing hundreds of pounds in keys of heroin and fentanyl up through New Jersey and New York. Why they didn't make the sellout list?
Who said they didn't?
I didn't hear you get in on them like y'all was going off on Tina Turner.
I wasn't going off on Tina. Hold on. Wait. Hold on, Marquetta. You might have heard half of the conversation. Again, the reason that I forget even how MC Hammer came up, and it was just kind of we weren't like running down a list of sellouts in the world. We were just having a conversation, and that's how it came
from crossover music. It came from crossover music, not being a sellout to the community. We were talking about crossover music, and E-Man said that MC Hammer was a sellout, and I said that I didn't think he was.
Hold on. Let me be clear. E-Man said that back when MC Hammer first came out, he viewed him as a sellout. That was the 19-year-old Emmanuel Livingston's view. And that was what I said. And so that was how that conversation came about. But I would say, look, if Fetty Wap is doing what he's doing and he's going against what he believes for money, he's a sellout too. That is my definition of a sellout. If you believe in something or you stand for something and I can persuade you to go against what you believe in. Marquetta is always talking about men and violence against women. But if I offer you $10 million, Marquetta, to not talk about that stuff anymore, and as a matter of fact, advocate for violence against women, and then you take that money and you start going against what you believe, in my mind, you're a sellout because you went against what you believe for money.
Well, beliefs are just that, a belief. It's not actual fact. But the reason I got suspended from Facebook just now, even though I just got out of Facebook jail, was because I said I would have shot the lady in the store too, Wyatt. I would have shot her.
I got you.
She pulled the lady from behind the store after a verbal altercation, and she just smashed her in her face like 10 or 15 times. The girl couldn't defend herself. She couldn't do nothing except for what one of your commenters said, but take that ass whooping. In the state of Ohio, I ain't got to take that ass whooping. No, I don't. The law gives you the right. You can choose to go ahead, and you don't have to insist under Ohio law. People are justified in using deadly force in self-defense. And such force was reasonable. That lady was still in the store talking shit. She should have immediately exited the building after she committed the assault so that she could keep herself safe. Went behind the counter She was trying to ensure her safety, so she shot her. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's what I said about that, Marquetta, to be honest with you. How you doing, Queen? Quick thing. I on my show said that I probably would have done the same thing if I was the store clerk. Okay, I said it, but it had nothing to do with me taking an ass whooping. It would have been with the continuous threat of the lady still being there. I probably would have done the same thing. But me having the knowledge that I have of knowing what stand your ground is and knowing what lethal force is, I probably would not have done that in today's world with my mind, knowing the consequences and knowing what I'm going to face if I shoot this person with the intimate danger no longer being there. I know what I'm facing and I know what the law is. And that's why she was charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault, because she shot the woman when she could have made alternative. She was clear of distance of intimate danger. Now, like I said, sis, a younger me would have done the same thing she did. But the more conscious and understanding me understands that, okay, I got to take this ass whooping right now. I've gotten out of that intimate danger range. Now I got to do what I got to do to get away from her or stay, keep my distance from her. But to engage in a heavier line of fire, that's where the law is going to go against.
That's why we got juries, and that's why we got trials, and that's why you got evidence, and that's why you have
nobody's disputing that at all. No one's disputing that at all. But there's a level of I'm not saying that she will be convicted, but before it even came out, and before I even got the knowledge of what they tried her for, what they're charging her with, I told the audience, I said, I don't like it, but I know the law, and I know the prosecutor is going to charge this lady with aggravated assault. I know they're going to charge her with that because that's by the standards of the law, by the states of the law. That's what it was. It was an assault. I mean,
that's right. It's a charge, not a conviction. It's a charge. I just wanted to point that out.
Right, but it's going to be a hard charge.
We just don't sit down and get our ass beat because you're stronger or you bigger. Today's laws, especially with the constitutional carry, everybody, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying stating facts. Everybody gonna have that thing on them. You can't keep being reckless with your conduct and your conversation to people because you think that they're weaker than you, when everybody got the great equalizer access. Everybody got the great equalizer access to it, which is the gun. The gun make everybody and everything equal because I can shoot you and I can kill you. Okay? I'm just saying that's part of the state of Ohio's law. So people can no longer hide behind, I whooped her or I whooped his. People are literally legally able to defend themselves after the fact and take it to court and risk going to prison or not, or even getting a reduced charge after being charged if they got a good enough lawyer. That's all I wanted to say. But y'all got me kicked off of Facebook because y'all been having me
Marquetta, listen, Queen, I got to clear up something real fast about the Tina Turner thing. Is she still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
You got to finger on the dump button.
No. I'm trying to get there because you're muffled. He's trying to get the sound right. But let me just clear up something. Before I made that Tina Turner breakdown, I said it. I said, y'all ain't gonna like what I'm about to say. But my definition of a sellout is somebody like what Tina Turner did, which was come up on a certain genre of music and then left her customers, the people that put her in that successful space. She went off and left them alone and went and jumped with Bon Jovi or the pop charts, and left the original people that gave her name and that sold her, who bought her tickets and who she made her money off of, and put her in that.
Tina Turner is the mother of rock and roll. She is just like to white people, like Mick Jagger and John Bob Jovi and rock and roll.
She didn't start out in that area. She didn't start out with them. So I'm sorry.
I was just saying that the white rock audience embraced Tina Turner and Ike when they were still doing what you're calling R&B music, and it gave birth to white people's rock and roll. Same way they stole from Chuck Berry, same way they stole from Little Richard, they stole from Tina Turner, and they honor her in rock music as the founder, really, of rock and roll because she got that raspy voice. Black people don't rock with Tina Turner like that. She was still doing concerts well into her 40s, 50s, and 60s, but majority of the audience was white people. And I'm not saying that crossing over into a pop genre, is anything wrong with that. But when you talk about rap music, majority of the hip hop, quote unquote, that we're making today is consumed by white people, white teenagers who live through these rappers, and in their mind, they're having a black experience by listening to this rap music. And those people, we in my community, we talk about it as far as them taking the oath. They take an oath to Satanism. They take an oath to the higher level executives. They get industry insurance contracts on their artists. They get them killed. When they get killed, their music double up, and it goes back to the white establishment. Most Def said a tall Israeli run hip hop. So we need, even though Tina Turner is a good point, I understand what you were saying. I'm saying we need to be looking at present day artists.
We can do that, but let me give you another example because you brought his name up in the argument. Let's use Ice Cube. All right, I know you use Ice Cube's name up a few times. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I can't stand Ice Cube.
Okay, I understand, but let me tell you how. Did you know that Ice Cube at one point from hip hop was considered a sellout? Do you know at what point in his life that happened to him?
No.
Okay, let me explain that to you. Ice Cube started out writing all the NWA stuff. We all know that, right? He wrote Fuck the Police. Mm-hmm. He wrote Dope Man. He wrote everything that epitomized everything that you talk about that is down and degrading to black folks. And he justified gangsterism, right? But what happened when Jerry Heller, when he broke off of Jerry Heller and he stopped bullshit, who did he get with when he left LA and moved to the East Coast? Who did he get with?
He got with on death certificate. He got with the Nation of Islam and Dr. Khalid Muhammad and used Dr. Khalid's intro in some of his music. But as soon as that controversy was over, Dr. Khalid got a video on YouTube. You can research it and find it, where he talked about how Ice Cube used him to get that street cred back because he went straight back to West Side Connect. He went straight back to making that same idiotic music. And my thing is, Ice Cube grew up in the suburbs. Ice Cube is an actor. He never.
A lot of them guys did that. A lot of them guys. It wasn't no gangsters on that NWA. The only gangster NWA had was Eazy-E. He was the straight. Him and were the only street dudes. All the rest of them was suburb. All that.
We take it back to Jerry Heller, Brother Wyatt. Jerry Heller also founded Ghetto Boys, Willie D.
But that's what he promoted because he understood the vulnerabilism of our community at that time, right or wrong. He understood what we would die for. He understood it.
Well, I got to go back to the history on it. I'm gonna hang up. I know y'all got 2 minutes. I know email on the dumb button, but Ice Cube said, "I never had dinner with the president. I never had dinner with the president." It's because Eazy-E and Jerry Heller had dinner with Ronald Reagan. After that, Too Short came out with a lyric about Nancy Reagan giving head, and he got in trouble. Because what we learned in my community was in that meeting was that deal that you always hear me talk about. If you continue to promote this, and Jewish people are going to get rich off of it, that's who really got rich off the rap game. If you continue to promote it, we'll allow you all the riches of the earth. We'll give you whatever you want. He said, cool. We're gonna do that. Every artist he founded after that, from Bone, everybody is pushing gangster culture, guns and drugs and murder to black people because it's profitable. It's not cultural. That's not something that black people culturally take pride in. It's just profitable because it feeds into the negative stereotype.
Right. Now let's get back to Cube for one hot second, sis. The reason why they call Cube a sellout is because he moved to the East Coast and he got with Public Enemy. He got with a few other, with Chuck D and them guys, and he started talking conscious rap. He got with the he got with the genre of rap music of the conscious rappers. And that just didn't work out. For that whole industry fell apart. And you know it did. Where are the KRS-Ones today? You see what I'm saying? He got with those guys. And those guys that was telling us and telling us how to do that in our communities, Cube was considered a sellout when he went over and started talking about conscious rap.
I don't think that's what happened. It was the song on NWA.
You don't think that's what happened? You don't remember hearing
it was called Benedict Arnold, and MC Ren wrote the lyrics saying that Ice Cube was a sellout and he wasn't welcome back on the west coast of California. And it was Dr. Dre and them that had such hard beats. When Ice Cube came out with Jackin' for beats, and he had to let them know. Say it again. I'm sorry.
How he left the group? No, I'm saying, how was Ice Cube the sellout? He left the group. His Jerry Heller and them.
I'm saying culturally, as a culture, we never called Cube a sellout. We enjoyed the back and forth between NWA's lead writer, MC Ren, on 100 Miles and Running, and we enjoyed the response from Ice Cube on Lethal Interjection, where he went off with that's still one of the best rap diss songs ever made. No Vaseline. Even Tupac.
No Vaseline. That tells you all. That tells you the whole thing. No Vaseline tells you the whole situation.
Was hard.
So you can't call Cube a sellout. No Vaseline.
What do you think about today's death penalty case for Nicholas Cruz? Do you think he should get the death penalty for killing all them kids in that high school? I'm gonna hang up and listen to my answer offline. Y'all have a good one.
What was the question?
Do I believe that he should get the death penalty for killing all those children?
Who, that down in Uvalde?
Yeah.
He did get the death penalty, didn't he? He didn't make it out of there. He killed himself, didn't he?
Well, no, she said Nicholas Cruz?
Oh, I didn't hear the question. Sorry about that. You got to go way back on with Marquetta sometime, man, because I it'd be all. I get where she at, but like I think what we were talking about when we were talking about sellouts was a little bit different than selling out like NWA lyrically and things of that nature. I thought we were talking about who revisits where they came from and who don't. That was my definition of. That's where I was going with the sellout thing, and then you had a different way of getting there, and then Marquetta brought a whole nother spin on how to get, what the sellout is. And she took the Tina Turner thing a little bit further than it was really supposed to be. I was just saying that Tina Turner never really revisited her grassroots of the music she started. She left it alone and continued on and went somewhere else in another direction. That's all I was saying. I'm not saying.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, bro. Sorry about that.
No. You go ahead, finish.
Well, I wasn't necessarily saying that she was a sellout, like she don't give a shit about her people or nothing. I'm saying in the industry of music, she was a crossover artist. And if you want to call somebody a sellout, you would have to call her out and anybody else that crossed over like that. And I just have a problem with this sellout thing, period. I didn't agree with Hammer being a sellout because it was all the same thing. People evolve. They want to do more and better things with themselves and with their talent. But you still got to revisit roots. That's what I was saying.
All right.
If you don't do that, you can be considered a sellout.
All right. Nicholas Cruz is the guy who he the guy who Parkland shooting. That's him. Apparently he pled guilty to all the charges, and I guess he's gonna be sentenced, and she's asking, should he get the death penalty for killing all those kids? And again, my answer is no. I don't believe in the death penalty. I don't believe in Parkland shooting.
Oh, okay.
I don't believe in the death penalty. So
I believe in the death penalty.
And that's fine. But if you ask me, should this person receive the death penalty? My answer here in America, my answer is always going to be no. I don't believe that we should be giving people the death penalty. Period. So no matter what it is, no matter how evil they are, whatever, no. I don't believe we should be giving people
you stick on your circle on that. You also don't believe in abortion, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I have to respect that. Now, I'm a pro-choice guy. I believe that human beings should have a choice. I think if a man and a woman sit down and decide they don't want child number 4, or number 5 or number 1. I think they should have that option to have that discussion, and they do have that option to have the discussion. I think they should have the option to bring life into this world or not. I mean, there's so many other circumstances other than what some people just judge as being biblical. Some of the decisions go along. I mean, some of the situations in people's lives are a lot more than just a bit, some type of a religion stand. And I don't mean that to make light of religion. I just think that circumstances in life, call for different situations and how you handle them.
And I not to really get into abortion, because I understand that mindset. I think if you believe that thing that woman is carrying is life, then you view it like all other life. So if you believe it, now if you don't believe it's life, cool. And who am I to tell you what to believe? So if you don't believe it's life, then you don't believe it's life. But if you believe it's life, then to say, hey, you can't take a life because it's going to make you uncomfortable later on. You can't take a life because it's going to be a little expensive. You can't take a life because you're not ready for, would you say to a family, and again, this is only if you believe it's a life, because if you don't, then you don't. And that's totally different. But I wouldn't say to somebody who got a 6-month-old, well, if you look at your life and you're not ready for it now, just kill it. Because, you ain't ready. If you believe it's life, then I believe you kind of had to be against abortion. But I'm not against people making that decision. I'm not against people having a right to make that decision, because everybody don't look at it like me. And I'm not here to try to force everybody to view it the way that I view it.
I understand. That's real. That's real.
But yeah, no, I'm anti-abortion. So yeah, I mean anti-death penalty. So yeah, even the guy from Parkdale, Parkland, I don't believe give him the death penalty. No.
So you don't believe that somebody can do something on this earth to others that condemns them to death?
I don't believe that we as humans are righteous enough or should be given the authority to take another human's life, period. So
the young man,
say it, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask, because I mean, it is what it is. I'm never going to try to convince you that my way is the better way. That's not the point of this. It's just through conversation. It's just conversation. The young went in and took the lives of 13 people in a grocery store. Let's take what race and all that. Let's just go by the malice. He went in and took people's lives. He didn't just take their life away. He took the lives away of their family members as well. The destruction that he brought on to other people. I don't see where, I think he took the total value of his own life away when he took the life of innocent people away, and knowing the consequences. I think when going in knowing the consequences, where if I do this and I get caught doing this, it could be my life is ending. And I think when you do that much damage to someone, the ultimate cost should be your own life. And that's just my opinion on it.
And I understand that opinion. And I'm same way with abortion. I'm not trying to convince anybody else. It's just, that's how I feel about it. If it's wrong to take life, if we look at people and we say it's wrong and it's evil to kill people, then if you kill people, then we're going to kill you. You're saying we're going to do the wrong and evil thing to you.
Well, I don't think that's the right interpretation of something being wrong. When you talk about, okay, when you say that it's wrong to kill people, meaning innocent people, you got it. The word innocent is very significant when you're trying to describe what somebody has done. The person that go in and kill 13 people on purpose, That's not an innocent killing. So what they deserve is totally something different than somebody that's innocent, what they deserve. So
see, I believe taking life is taking life.
I don't believe that.
And I don't believe that as humans, we should be taking anyone's life.
I think that circumstances should define taking life. Circumstances. I mean, this thing called life itself. So it suppresses so much circumstance that you have to look at circumstances. That's why I believe women should have a choice. And no man or nobody should have the right to tell them, because we don't live in their circumstance. We don't know what they're dealing with. We don't know the future. I mean, we just don't know. And everybody's circumstances may be different. And that's why, depending on circumstances, that's when we can determine how we choose life or not. And it's like somebody that goes in and kills 13 people in a grocery store with malice and just pure evilness. That's an individual that pretty much determined what his destiny is going to be in life, and that is no more life. They made that choice.
Look, I understand that. I'm just saying, here's the circumstances, because I agree with you. And I guess there has to be a caveat when I say I don't believe humans should take another human life unless it's in the defense of your life or someone else's life. Then, because I got just as much right to live as you have to live. And if you try to take me out to not be taken out, it's okay for me to take you out. But other than that, I don't believe that should be the case.
What determines your right, though? See, we all have a right to live a great life. We all have a right for everything, but we also can take our rights away by committing certain acts in life. And if I'm going into a store and shooting up 13 people, I've sacrificed, I've given right to have rights. That's what penitentiary is there for. And in certain situations, when I have taken away someone else's life without an innocent person's life, then there should be a penalty that matches what I've done. And I mean, I hate to say that. I'm not about killing people for nothing. I think that you have a choice. And I don't see what you get out of somebody that's that dangerous and nasty and that has that much malice and that evil. What do we benefit for them even being here? And maybe I'm explaining it where people are now changing their mind and saying, yeah, maybe he should be alive. Wyatt ain't doing a great job of explaining it. But when you say,
I think you're doing a great job of explaining it.
Well, I don't know, because
I don't disagree with you.
I don't see the benefit in letting a person like that live. I just don't see it.
I don't disagree with you in the sense that, that's what you believe. And I understand the reason and the logic behind it. I really do. But this nation got so much blood on our hands, so much innocent blood on our hands, that who are we to say, of all the things that we've done, but what you did, we gonna kill you. But what we did this and this and this and this, and we could go on and on.
Do all of that. E-Man, you missing it. That's that putting everybody in the same circumstance, and that's not fair. Because if my grandmother or my mother or my brother was in that grocery store, I haven't done anything of history of America. If you wanted to kill them, then I might look at it and say Wyatt had some justification, but it ain't Wyatt killing them. It's this country, these government systems are the ones who are doing the killing. It ain't Wyatt. It ain't I'm Becky's son. It ain't cousin Gene. It's this because as an individual, you do not have the right for that type of justice. You do not have the right for that type of justice.
And so we relying on an unjust government, on an unjust government system to give justice.
I think that's a little. I understand where you're coming from with that, but I think that's the wrong interpretation when you use the government. The government had nothing to do with the circumstances or the actions of that person.
Right.
So they're only going by the laws that are put in place based on your actions.
Who put the laws in place?
I'm sorry?
Who put the laws in place?
I mean, of course listen, laws are voted on. That's the part of democracy. Okay,
what?
Absolutely. New laws are amended
voted
every
on by
day.
who?
I'm sorry?
Laws are voted on by who?
State, city, council. It all depends on what you're talking. As you're talking about federal laws, those are federal government laws. But certain acts are monitored by the federal government, and then others are handled by the state. So it all depends on what type of act it is. But at the same time,
laws are voted on by government representatives. Yes. That's who the laws are. So it's the government.
And who put those people in those places?
Different people did.
No. The people put them in places, right? We vote on those people.
A lot of different people who did it.
You got a guy in Cincinnati by the name of Cecil Thomas who's looking for votes right now because he's about to be running for another spot. So what is he going to try to convince people to do who he needs their votes? He's going to convince them that certain things need to be handled and we need to face these laws and take these laws to our state and put these laws on the books. That's where it all begins.
Wait a minute. So you want to convince me, just to be clear, you try to convince me that the laws that are put in place are basically put in place by the people, because the people elect the representatives and the representatives go and participate in these government systems, and the government systems, they vote and then they enact these laws. And so in all of that, you're looking back to say, we the people put these laws in place. That's what you're trying to convince me, right?
But look at it. What are we trying to do with George Floyd Act? Those are the people, and we're trying to get our state representatives to take it to the government to make it a law. Yes, that's create law. That's how laws create. But there's basics. There's a beginning point. You got basic laws, but then there are certain things that we want enhanced on punishments. There's different ways that we want to get things handled. But I mean, amended on some of those laws. What do you think the Asian hate crime bill is? Who was that created by? The government? No, that was created by the people who took it to the government, and Biden did an executive order on it. That was created by the people. The government stepped in.
I don't believe that.
Okay.
I don't believe that. I understand. Again, I understand the logic behind it, but there's also, so then do you take responsibility for all the evil that this country does?
No.
In the name of America? Why not? It's the people. If you can
that's not, bro, you can't manipulate it like that. You can't manipulate it like that.
That's exactly what it is.
You're saying that people shouldn't get the death penalty.
We the people put these laws in place.
You can't change the narrative like
that. And we the people are doing that.
So based on what you're saying, on your logic of thinking, the death penalty for a criminal, the death penalty for the kid that went in and shot up 13 people in the grocery store, the reason why there shouldn't be a death penalty for him is because of the history of America.
You're talking about the history. I'm talking about the now.
Whatever. You don't know what they did in the past. That's why I said you can't.
No, I didn't. If I said the past, forgive me, because the government is doing dirt probably every minute of the day. This government is not righteous. This government is not righteous.
That ain't this
and
bro.
I don't believe what
you can't. There you go. You just proved my point. You're saying that the death penalty in this particular case should not be in place for the kid that shot up 13 people in a grocery store because of the history of the United States government. That's what you're saying.
Because of the present of the United States government. Yes.
Wait a minute. You said because of the history. It don't matter if it's the present or the history. Let's just be clear.
Okay.
That young man deserves to die for his actions, not because of the history of the country, not because of what somebody else did, but for his own accountability, responsibility, what he did to those 13 black families.
And if he deserves to die, if he deserves to die, then I don't believe that the government should be the one to do it.
Then who gonna do it? They should give us the right to do it. They should give family members the right. They should give the uncles, the brothers, the husbands. They should give them the right to do it.
If you're gonna do it, that's the way to do it.
So who makes the decision?
I don't know. That's why I don't believe it should be a decision. Yeah. I don't believe that we should be giving people the death penalty. So
based on your logic, you got to have somebody to put down a sentencing decision. Somebody has to punish him for something.
Sitting in jail. Sitting in prison for the rest of his life if need be.
That's enough?
Say that again.
Sending somebody to jail is enough for murdering 13 innocent people.
I think sending somebody
and their family.
I think sending somebody to prison is all that we should do. We should not be taking lives as a nation.
We're not taking lives as a nation. We're not taking lives as a nation in this particular case. If you want to talk about taking lives as a nation, that's dropping bombs over on children in other countries. That's military acts. You can't use the accountability. Yeah, I know. That's a totally different argument. But that's where you talk about dropping.
The same people are making those decisions. The same people are making those decisions.
That's a whole different situation. That's a whole different situation. You can't tell me that an individual that walks in and shoot. Now I got to say it the way it needs to be said. You telling me this little white boy that walked into a all-black grocery store with the intent of killing black people on purpose with nigga on his rifle. You telling me he don't deserve to die, E? He took 13 people
I'm telling
away
you, as a nation,
family.
we don't have the righteous standing to
make
that call.
You know what? In this particular case, bro, not only do we have the right as a nation, we have a right as a citizen to demand that man be removed from this planet. Yes, you do. Because you ain't done nothing to America. How many of those 13, let me ask you this. How many of those 13 men or women, how many of them may have been in the military and served this unrighteous country?
I don't know.
So we don't know. How many of their family members served this unrighteous country?
I don't know.
So you telling me,
it don't make a difference.
Me that an individual that knew the penalties, if he got caught, everybody, if you go in and do a mass shooting in that state, if you get caught doing it and you kill all those people and you survive it, it's a death penalty.
Righteous enough to have the undertaking of putting people to death. And another reason why I believe it is because, look, once you say to me as a government entity, you got a right to make that decision to put these people to death. There's so much room, and we see it, for misuse. And if we just said no death penalty, look, go to jail, solitary, whatever, for the rest of your life. That's a horrible punishment, if you ask me. That's a horrible punishment. That says you are no longer welcome in our society. We don't want you because you're evil, and we will not tolerate evil in our society. So we will lock evil away to where evil can do no more evil in our society. But if you say to me, well, just kill him, then cool. But then what about the next time when we ain't that sure? Well, you just told me it's okay to kill them. If I think they evil,
let me just say this to you, brother. Let me say this to you.
He might not have did it. How many innocent people have we put to death in this country?
You know what? There's going to be,
and it's because we have the ability and the authority to do it.
But let's just be honest. There's going to be some circumstances in all situations. There's going to be some people that don't believe in abortion, and a woman has a baby when she really wanted to abort it, and she's been talked into having the baby, and she dies during birth, or she end up killing the baby when the baby is 3 months old because she wasn't really capable of taking care of a child. Any type of bad situation can happen under different circumstances, right? And you're always going to get that. But my thing is this, bro. My thing is this. I think it might have been Lincoln Ware today. Somebody called in and said something about there was only 85 shootings Penny Ford called in today. Congratulations to Penny Ford making it to the Black Walk of Fame in Cincinnati, Ohio. She's one of my OGs back in the day. Penny Ford from Snap. I got the power. I appreciate her. I love her to death. She know that, insist if you're out there. Congratulations. Anyway, she said something today. She said over in Europe where I live, she said there was only 85 shootings. The police only fired their gun 85 times in an entire year. You know why over in some countries don't have as much hate crime and all these killings and death penalty situations?
There's a whole lot of reasons why, but I'm gonna guess you're about to oversimplify it.
Well, no, I am gonna keep it a small simple because you know I did live there, so I do have some general idea. Okay, Jenny was 87. I think I said 85. My bad. I was too off. My problem. Thank you, Jenny. The reason why is because a lot of people in certain places know that if they commit certain crimes, there's no leniency. So it reduces the threat of those type of crimes. There's third world countries, not that I'm proud of them. There's third world countries where they know they have reduced crime to a minimum. Because these people already know if I do this, there's not going to be any leniency. There's no mercy on me. And unfortunately, there's probably been some people that have been unjustly killed or murdered or whatever you want to call it because of their laws. America is no different when it comes down to making these same mistakes or blood on hands. They have blood on their hands as well. But if you continuously tell people they're going to live and be let me tell you something what's going to happen to this young man when he go to the joint. He ain't going to do nothing, be a little bullshit ass engine. He going to go in the joint and be a white supremacist for killing 13 people. He going to eat 3 meals a day, and he going to be a superstar to the skinheads in the joint. I need him dead. Fuck that. I need him dead. He don't need to be on no pedestal in nobody's penitentiary. That's what's going to happen if you don't kill him.
And look, you got a right to do that. You got a right to want that, to believe that. And I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm not.
No, I mean, I don't get it, but I'm just telling you, bro, that's what's going to happen.
I don't believe that we have, as a nation, righteous standing to be taking lives. I don't believe it. I don't believe in the death penalty. I just don't believe it. And I know that it sounds crazy because, like I said, I believe in self-defense. And a part of me even believes if you kill my mama, it's okay for me to come and kill you. So one would say, well, you believe in the death penalty. I don't believe in the government doing and taking part of and sanctioning the death penalty. I just don't believe
the government has nothing to do.
We have righteous standing.
So you kind of, I understand where you're coming from, but you kind of contradict. You just said that if somebody killed your mom, you feel like you could go kill a person justifiably. How is that? How is it any different than us going to trial, finding you guilty, and now you're sent to death because of your action?
It's hugely different. It's hugely different. I don't think
so, bro. So you're gonna be the judge and the jury yourself?
Yes, you killed my mama. Yes.
Okay, but you haven't done. So you gotta. So if it's on the helmet, so if the guy or whoever it is, so the guy who went into the grocery store, who shot up the grocery store, if your mom Al 3 and he killed her, now you feel like you can go kill him?
Yeah.
Okay, so why can't we as citizens say he need to die? And now you got a problem with a judge saying guilty.
We as the
wait a minute, you got a problem with a judge saying guilty.
I don't have a problem with the judge saying guilty. I don't have a problem with the judge saying guilty.
You got a problem with the judge saying guilty to a death sentence.
I got a problem with the judge acting on behalf of the state.
You can make your own death sentence.
I have a problem with the judge acting on behalf of the state, saying we gonna kill you and then carrying it out.
The state does not make that decision. The judge makes that decision. The state
judge makes that decision on behalf of the state, and you can't.
Yes, but you can't be
make that distinction.
That don't
You
make sense.
cannot, in good
bro.
faith, make that distinction. You can't separate what that judge is doing under the power of the state and say, well, that wasn't the state that did it. That was that judge that did it. It was the state that did it.
That did what? Allowed the death penalty to happen?
That imposed that death penalty. The state did it.
So imagine if everybody lived off that logic right there. If somebody did something to your parent or somebody and you were wrong, and now you out killing people that you thought was guilty of this, there was no state run evidence, there was no investigation, there was no jury or anything like that. You don't think that's the proper process versus you just being a vigilante and just going out and doing it yourself?
Again, I'm not saying that you should go out and do it yourself. I'm saying I understand it a whole lot more if the individual went out and did that themselves, but I'm still not advocating for it. So, to try to twist it like, oh, well, you
just said you would do that.
No, I said I understand it. I understand it. I would be more for it that way than for the state. I'm not for it either way. As a matter of fact, I thought I said people shouldn't be killing people.
Yeah, so you said that.
I'm very much on record that humans should not kill other humans, period. Now,
no matter what.
If you are defending your life, then you got to do what you got to do. But as a general rule, humans should not kill other humans. So now you saying these people should be. No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying anybody. For all of y'all who are just like, yeah, the state should be killing all of these people. Something wrong with y'all.
But I don't think a lot of people say that.
To people, there is something wrong with the mind that just looks at life and is so cavalier. You are the same, almost the same as the person walking into the school shooting people. You don't care about life. And how can you call yourself a human and not care about life?
I don't think that's what it is, bro. I think that there's a level of, I think there's certain things that people can do to others that just they don't deserve to be amongst us and be
lock them
amongst the living.
Lock them away.
But that's
they don't deserve to be amongst us.
So you telling me that this guy is no longer going to exist? The guy that he shot 13 people in the grocery store. He's no longer existing because you sent him to a penitentiary. He has no more influence in this world.
He will still exist.
Yes, and he'll have meaning. He'll also have meaning because when you see guys like that, they're indoctrinated into a lifestyle. He has to go to the penitentiary and he has to be part of something. He would never survive in the joint being a white boy that killed 13 black people and him not be a skinhead in the joint. And when he's put into that situation, now he becomes an icon in that community within the joint. And they keep recruiting guys like him. I just don't understand why you think he has a purpose to serve on this planet after doing something like that.
He has a purpose to serve on this planet.
Well, he does if you allow him to live.
Take a life.
He does if you allow him to live. He does if you allow him to live. He's serving a purpose for some evilness. And that is the evilness that continues. He's going to walk around the pods. He's going to walk around the penitentiary. And he's going to be the guy that shot 13 black people. Instead of people saying, you know what, I want to shoot 13 black people. But if I do that shit, I ain't going to be around here to tell my story and draw paintings and be a hero within the penitentiary walls. Those type of people don't deserve to be here, bro. They really don't.
Look, you got a right to your opinion. I'm not trying to take it from you. You got a right to it. That's how you feel.
And now let me ask you this.
That's not how I feel.
If you are in a situation where you have to defend yourself, do you shoot somebody to kill them or do you just shoot them to get them off of you?
I probably just shoot them. I just shoot them.
And if they die, how do you feel about it?
I probably feel terrible about it.
Would you feel it was well just because of what they were doing
about it?
But how would you feel? For instance, the 22-year-old that shot the shooter in the mall, he took the man out, he saved lives, Do you think that that gunman who was in the mall deserved to die?
I don't have a problem with him being dead because somebody shot him. He was in the act of taking lives. And in order to save lives, his life had to, be taken. I don't have a problem. I'm not happy about it, but I don't have a problem with it.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm just trying to make the point of some people's actions is going to lead to death, and they bring it on themselves.
But once he had stopped, right? Once he had stopped, say the police come in and he done shot all of those people, and the police got him and they lock him up, they put the cuffs on him, and then the same 22-year-old with that same gun walks up to him in cuffs and shoot him in the back of the head. No, you shouldn't have did that because there's no imminent threat now. That makes the difference. And so once he's neutralized, once he's in jail, once he's locked down and he is no longer causing those guys, then no, you don't have to kill him. You don't have to kill him to stop him because you already stopped him. But now just put him away because he's evil.
But you do believe that if your mom was in aisle 3 and got shot by that shooter, you feel that you're justified by going to kill that person after the fact as well, right?
I didn't say I'm justified, but I said I will understand it. I will understand it more.
You would do it.
No, I didn't say I would do it, but I would definitely understand it more.
Okay, but
we got somebody on the line.
Okay.
CK,
my man.
Yeah, you living in Wyatt. Y'all having a good. Hey, that's a great debate right here. Great debate, doing y'all thing. But I just want to ask Emmanuel because I like the point you made. You said we're not justified in the death penalty. Do you agree with incarceration?
I do agree with incarceration. Yes.
So why not use? Why do you believe in that? Aren't we just as not qualified to incarcerate people, or as we is, and not putting people to death? If you're using the logic
based on the hitters country. Thank you, CK.
How can we incarcerate people?
Because they're different. One is so final. You kill somebody. I mean, unless you believe in some alternative stuff where you live on whatever, and maybe you can come back as a flea or something like that. Once you kill somebody, that's final. It's final.
But what about when you lock somebody up for life for a crime they never committed?
There's still a possibility that if you find out you was wrong, they can get out 25 years later. They're not dead.
But what about when they've been killed in prison?
And that's horrible for the person who killed them. That's horrible on the person who killed them. But there's a difference. But all
I'm saying is your logic for the death penalty should be the same. If we're not qualified to put people to death, we shouldn't be qualified to incarcerate people either.
Well, I don't agree with that.
The crimes that America. But I'm saying we enslaved people. We enslaved people. So imagine
that's terrible.
Us incarcerating people is hypocritical.
Well, let me tell you, I don't agree with you.
I'm gonna listen on the comeback now. I'm gonna listen to you, man. My bad.
All right.
Great show, y'all.
All right. Thank you, CK. I don't agree with you that they are anywhere near the same. I don't agree. If you're wrong and I lock you up for life and 10 years, 20 years later, I find out I was wrong, I can let you out. If I kill you and I find out I was wrong, I can't bring you back. They are very different. Very different.
I agree with that. I agree that there should be some circumstances in the death penalty. When you have the smoking gun, you have a video on your helmet, and you're showing what you've done. You do it in broad daylight. You kill a man on Fountain Square. You shoot him in the head, or you do whatever, and there's overwhelming evidence that it's you. That person deserves to go to the electric chair. But when you have a situation where there's, any type of reasonable, because let me just say this to a lot of people. A lot of people may not believe this, but in law, a murder case is the hardest case to get a conviction on. It's the easiest case to get to have reasonable doubt. So if you don't have reasonable doubt in most murder cases, most convictions never happen. So let's just use this particular case of the kid who shot up the grocery store.
All right.
Overwhelming evidence on this guy. Proof, the footage, video cam, all of it. There's no doubt that this guy is guilty of the crimes. That is one that I would say, by no doubt, he deserves to be put to death. Not just because of what he did to the 13 people, but because of what he did to the 13 people and their families. There's just certain things.
Believe that.
Huh?
You got a right to believe that. I don't.
Oh, no, listen, I don't think we're trying to convince each other of our beliefs. I'm just taking a stance.
But that's what I'm saying, though, Wyatt, is I get the logic behind it. I understand. I wholeheartedly understand the logic behind it. I just don't believe that as a society, as a nation, as a state, that we, number one, I believe we don't have the integrity to do it right. Number two, I don't believe that we have the standing to do it, because as a society, to a large degree, we are evil. We are evil as a society. We don't genuinely care about life. The state does not genuinely care about life enough to be so upset to take a life for taking a life. The state does not care enough.
So, using that logic of making it a state/United States of America principle, where do they have to do with a woman's choice? If a woman chooses to take a life, in other words, like you said, it all depends on where the life begins. I don't see how you use that same logic of putting the history of America, the current situation in America. I don't know if that same logic is in place of a woman who has not birthed a child and makes that decision herself versus implementing the United States of America. I think it's just the opposite. Just like you said, the state in America does not deserve to be able to make those decisions of death. Do they deserve to make the decision of life? And that's what's being talked about now.
But that's it. I don't believe that the state or the government should be telling women that they cannot do whatever, or telling men that they cannot do whatever. I truly believe in the sanctity of life. But at the same time, I'm not going to tell a woman you can't have an abortion, or, I would tell them, if some woman came to me and asked me, should I kill this baby? I would say, you want my opinion? No, because that's a life, and I don't think you should. Now, if a woman came to me and said, and I have the authority to forbid her, I wouldn't forbid her. It's her decision to make. I'm not here to do that.
But both of those stands that we bring, both have circumstances, situations. The woman that's asking you if she should kill her unborn baby or her fetus or whatever point it's at, has a circumstance she's dealing with, something that she's going to face after the birth. And then at the same time, when you're asking the state to find a person guilty for a crime that brings in the death penalty, those are circumstances as well. So I would have to say that it's all based on circumstances, and it shouldn't be about if somebody has if they have the back history of being a great country or a great state and all that. That shouldn't come into play if somebody has the hidden gun.
And I think it definitely should come into play. Hold on, but there's some nonsense. There's some nonsense going on in the chat. Let me answer a couple of these people who are afraid to call in, because y'all know that y'all get hold the fuck up calling in saying stupid shit. So let me.
I don't see it. Maybe I'm missing it.
He believes child killers and rapists have a right to life. He believes serial killers should be given room, food, and recreation for the rest of their days. I don't believe in killing people. And if you want to spin that any way you want to spin it, I'm cool with that. And somebody says, get off that fence, Emmanuel. What fence am I on? I think I'm on the side of the fence.
You pretty much been
that
solid
is
about
for
where you at.
life. Huh?
I said you've been pretty solid on where you are. I mean, I don't see you burning the candle from both ends. You pretty much been in the position on both. You know, you standing tall on what you think. I don't agree with it, but I respect it because listen, man, I for many years now I've been pro-choice, but I don't have a problem with people that are pro-life because I understand the argument. I understand what they're saying. I get it. But, you know, I also know how difficult situations can be for people who have children out of wedlock at an early age, medical situations. There's just so many circumstances that could play in part that I have to say, I understand if taking or doing without that pregnancy at that time is the appropriate thing to do. I get on both sides. I also understand that some people have the religious beliefs that taking a unborn baby is totally against God. I get all of that. Let me just say this one thing real fast, E. One of my favorite shows, I've brought this up before. One of my favorite TV shows is The Chi. Okay. There's a little girl on there that had a baby. I don't know if you watch it or not, but a little girl got kidnapped as a teenager. And she got held as a slave, a sex slave, so to speak, by a man in the community. She was locked in an abandoned building. He kept her for months or whatever. And they ended up finding her. She ended up being pregnant. She was going to abort the baby, but it was too long into the pregnancy. Then she was going to have the baby and give it up for adoption. She was going through the process of selecting families. And it got to the point where she decided on one family and then she reneged on it. She ended up killing the baby. And now in this current season, the baby is big enough where, you know, she's lifting it and playing with the kid. And I say to myself, that sister has to be extremely strong to be able to look at that child, because that child has to put her in a place. This is crazy strength, if you ask me. That child has to remind her every day of who her father was and what he did to her in order for that child to come in life. And I don't know, quite frankly, this is going to sound bad. I don't know if I'm strong enough to be as she is to be able to live with that every day, if you get what I'm saying. I do. Now, that child probably deserves to live. I get it. She could have gave the baby up for adoption and did other alternative things, but she chose to have the baby, keep the baby. But I, quite frankly, don't know if I'm strong enough to look. It's almost like this, E. You and I are both married, right? Mm-hmm. If my wife cheated on me and got pregnant, I don't know if that baby would, if I decided to, reconcile with her, or if she did wrong, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if I'd be able to live with that baby in my house. I don't know if I could do that. You see what I'm saying? Because it would remind me every day of what the fuck happened. Or what,
I understand exactly what you're
saying. So I don't, this is an easy one to say that I probably wouldn't reconcile, but let's just say for argument's sake that I did. I don't know if I'd be able to look at that child every day. And if it's a boy, it don't matter if it's a boy or a girl, but if it's a boy, it's going to be even rougher, because now I got to raise him as a man, and I got to look at his ass knowing that he's not my child. And it'll remind me every day of what I tried to look past or get over. I don't know if I
get all of that. No, I get all of that. I get all of that. I do.
Okay. All right.
Hold on. Let me deal with some more idiocy.
Okay.
Somebody want to know, if somebody breaks into your house, would you shoot him? What that got to do with anything? I don't understand what this got to do with anything. If somebody broke into my house, would I shoot them? Somebody has broken into my house before and I didn't shoot them. So maybe if I felt like they were threatening my life or the life of my family, yes. Somebody want to know, does E-Man have a gun? I still don't know what they got to do with what we're talking about, but yes, I have a gun. And these are all questions y'all could have called in and asked, but they so stupid that y'all just didn't even want to call in and put your own self out there saying nonsense. Like, I believe in the sanctity of life. How is that wrong? How is that wrong? Y'all trying to spin it and make believing in the sanctity of life wrong. I value every life. Every person who sent in a stupid question and comment, I still value your life. Nobody should kill you for being that dumb. I value the sanctity of life.
I get it.
Now, I understand under certain situations, like personal situations where you're dealing with horrible loss and injustice, why, as a person, you might want to act out. And I don't know that I might not do the same thing if it was my mama. I don't know if it was my daughter. I don't know if I might act out and take a life. But the state doing it, the state that don't care about you, the state that don't care about life, but now they so holy and mighty and they care about, no, they mighty because they can do it. And they do it almost on a whim. And I get it. You say, well, but there's no question he walked in and he killed 13 people. Got him on video. He admitted it. He pled guilty. We understand he did it. There's no question. They're not going to accidentally put to death a guilty of an innocent person. This is not one of those cases. Got you. But what happens, at least in my opinion, is when we are okay with it for him, that makes it easier to do it to somebody who didn't do it, who we don't have all the proof, who we later find out didn't do anything wrong. You got the wrong person. The evidence was lost. The evidence was withheld. All kind of stuff. You don't have righteous actors. And when you say you're not a righteous actor, but I give you the right to take life, what do you think an unrighteous actor is going to do?
But
they ain't just going to stop with the slam dunks.
Hold on, E. Let me just say this to you, bro. We both know that there are people that have went to jail for 20 years or 25 years and got out because of dirty cops or prosecutors. We know that, right? But there have also been a lot of people that have been on trial, more people that have been on trial for murder who got off, who beat the case because there was not enough evidence by the state. And let's just be honest, it's not the state that's convicting you, it's juries that's convicting you. Now, I do know that they can be blurred.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I can't let you say that and then just let that one go. It's not the state that's convicting people, it's juries that's convicting people. These juries are manipulated. And these juries are, a lot of times, they are the jurors who are picked. It's not a representative of the populace. They are almost handpicked. Juries, a lot of jurors are ignorant and easily manipulated by the state and by actors on behalf of the state. So when we say, well, it's not the state, it's jurors, you know, probably better than most, that a lot of jurors are ignorant, and that a lot of jurors
are a lot smarter than you think. You're not giving people you're not giving people. You know, they did that same shit in the PG Sittenfeld trial here recently. They just said there was people that said he was going to get off because the juries aren't smart enough to understand certain situations and evidence. And he got convicted exactly the way he was supposed to based on the evidence. And you know, we always say that juries aren't smart enough. And here's what a lot of people don't understand in 2022, 2021, 2020, whatever year you want to put on it. Just don't go back in the days of us getting framed and put together a certain way because of lack of education, a lack of certain things in our community. There are, when you have a defense, when you hire an attorney, or when you have a legitimate defense, your defense attorney actually is part of the pool of jurors. So for you to sit there and make it sound like that the state is handpicking people to be on the jury to send people to a murder person to jail, a murder defendant to jail, it don't quite work that way. The defense has an opportunity to pick jurors as well. It's a combination of your defense team and the prosecutors. PG Sittenfield had 80 something. I know you, but if you then what you're saying don't really break down, you know, to it being that cut and dry. I'm sorry.
It does. I've sat in courtrooms during jury selection, and some of it is not. It depends on the pool of the jury. I sat and watched a trial where the prosecution, it was a trial of a black man, where the prosecution used their preemptive challenges for every black person on the jury pool, so that that black man had less of a chance of being found not guilty. They knew that that was what they were doing, and the attorney, you know, objected.
Who did that? The prosecutors.
Okay,
that was their job. That was their job. And the defense did
not their job.
The same thing.
That is not their job.
They did the same thing.
Yes, it is. Yes, I disagree. It is not the job of a prosecuting attorney to get rid of people. As a matter of fact, it's not even legal for them to just say, well, since the defendant is black, let me get rid of all the black jurors. The defense attorney even raised an objection.
You think
about
that
it.
The reason why each one of them was removed or was asked to step aside was because they're black, and that's the only reason.
That is the only reason.
That could have been. That's the only reason. You knew that.
Was the only reason. They couldn't even come up with a reason.
What insight did you have? Was the only proof you had of that is because the potential jury was black and the defendant was black. He got dismissed. That jury got dismissed because they were black.
Can I? You want the answer?
Yeah. I heard you. I'm just making sure that's what you said.
Yes. When the defense attorney made his objection, and you know, I don't remember all of this stuff. There's a certain law or whatever that they're not allowed to do that. And the question about why this, well, you know, they don't really have to give a reason why. They can just say, we're just using our challenge. And then they end up going to the back because it was happening over and over and over. And the defense attorney objected again. And the judge says he gonna see chambers or the attorneys in his chambers. And they go to the chambers and come back. And the defense attorney is basically saying, and I can't say everything because some stuff, but basically there was no reason. They don't have to have a reason for getting rid of all of the black jurors. They don't have to, because they can just use those challenges with no reason. But they're not allowed to do it on the basis of race. But there was no other reason to do it. So if we gonna try to pretend like that don't happen, then that's fine. We can pretend. But the truth of the matter is we know that happened. So to say the state didn't convict them, the jury convicted them. Come on. The state brings these people in, and prosecutors and judges and actors on behalf of the state know what they're doing. I don't think it's fair to pretend like juries are fair and unbiased, even in 2022. It's not fair.
Well, there's a sense of being human too. Yes. None of them are all 100% fair and honest and unbiased. That would be computers sitting back trying to dictate your innocence or guilt as a juror. There's a human element of it because you're dealing with humans. But at the same time, you got to look at the fact that there is a level of, let me just go back to because there was a whole lot in that, what you just said. I'm going to go back to murder trials themselves. As I said, in murder trials, in today's world, it's one of the hardest convictions for the state to get on an individual without overwhelming evidence, because any sense of reasonable doubt whatsoever is going to get you a not guilty verdict. Most murder cases in the United States of America end out in a plea. Most of them end out in a plea because the defendant, the overwhelming evidence is laying in front of them. And it's almost like any jury would pick the level of guilt. And I just think that it's unfair to say that the reason why these black jurors was removed from the jury pool, there could have been so many different circumstances. There could have been so many different circumstances in that case, in that situation. I'm not privileged of knowing what this case, where it was. I don't know if it was on I don't know where it was. I don't know any of that.
It was here in Hamilton County, in a Hamilton County courtroom.
Okay, in Hamilton County?
Yeah.
Okay, and usually what? Your juries are selected from a Hamilton County pool?
Mm-hmm.
And wouldn't you say that Hamilton County, I'm just going to use this as an example, based on the Hamilton County perimeter, Hamilton County is probably one of the most segregated counties in the state of Ohio. Would you agree or disagree?
It sounds reasonable. Yeah.
Okay, so as looking at that, you don't want somebody on the jury that could possibly be from the same neighborhood or area as the person that's being accused. I know that sounds ridiculous to you, but that leaves a level of trust me. When I say neighborhood, I'm talking about right around the corner. I ain't talking about if you grew up in Avondale, dude can't be from Walnut Hills. I'm not talking about that type. I'm talking about there's a process of elimination when you're trying to get people off, and it's, get them off the jury. It's not always because they black. Believe it or not, you got to be careful. All black people sitting on the jury ain't out for your best interest just because you're a black defendant. Some black people, hey, I'm tired of this shit. They more critical and crucial on us than other people are. Now, I don't know who would believe that, but there are people that literally look like us that will do more harm to us than other people will. So that's not really a fair argument.
Well, first, I agree, but it is a fair argument when the prosecutor, you know that, and you see that. But I'm trying to think of the best way to say it. You and me both know that white people have a different view of it. Like, they still looking at it like, oh, they found OJ not guilty because it was a black jury, and they don't want black people on the jury.
You know why?
A black person on trial.
You know why OJ got off? I'm just gonna keep it simple. I know I'm not gonna make it long. You brought up OJ. Everybody can say black people, we won one because he had the best attorneys, he had this, he had that, he had a bunch of money. You could say all of that. But like most cases in murder, if you don't have the smoking gun, if you don't have what weapon was used, if you don't have everything you need to get a conviction, reasonable doubt will set you free. And that's why he said, if the glove don't fit, you must acquit, because there was reasonable doubt there. And murder is the hardest thing to get a conviction for. That's just the bottom line. So with that being said, and the statistics show, I feel that if somebody goes in and shoots up a store and kills 13 black people on purpose, look, this is the same little dude that had a bagger or a teller, white man, there on the ground. As he's shooting black people, he come across this guy, look down on him. The guy says, and he says sorry to him. And then he commits to shooting other people that look like us. That's a person that don't deserve to live. Let that guy live on the ground. He chose life. He chose exactly who he wanted to do. He chose. He also chose to be killed if he got caught.
Well, and again, that's evil. I'm not here to defend evil people.
I know.
I just don't believe that the state has a standing.
So you don't think
the
state could make? You don't think it's justified if it says that that young man deserves it based on a jury. Okay. Well, we have to agree to disagree on that. And that's the beauty of us being in this thing called America, and us having free speech and willing to do what we want, you know, having the opportunity to live the way we live. And that's the beauty, because we could be in a country right now, that if we had this disagreement, one of us would definitely not be able to survive, because the state or that country would believe that your way of thinking is ridiculous. I mean, that's just where overseas, that's just different places. And they believe, you know, fucking dictatorships. They believe their laws are God.
Let me tell you, I believe I'm upset with you because it's like almost 4 o'clock and we didn't get a chance to get to Dan Hills.
I forgot.
Yeah, Dan Hills. We didn't even really get a chance to talk about PG.
I'm dead with PG. I'm done with PG, man. He going to jail.
But we didn't get a chance to, and speaking of somebody who I don't believe values certain life, Dan Hills, when Dan Hills is out there saying that police who handled the situation and didn't kill somebody, and in essence saying, well, they should have killed that person. I got a problem with that. I don't, that's the stuff I'm talking about. Just because you can do it don't mean that you should do it. And when an entity gets to the point that they can look at stuff, the dude hit the dude with the, I guess the bag had a pipe in it, because it looked like he was carrying a bag. And he hit the dude, and you know, dude all messed up. This what he did was foul, wrong, bad, evil. I don't know. I say evil for stuff like walking into a school shooting 13 kids. But it was definitely bad. But somehow they handled it. Somehow those officers, who what I saw were African-American officers, handled it and didn't end up shooting that dude and killing him. And then for the head of the FOP to come out and basically say, like, and this ain't the first time he said it. And my interpretation of what he said is, they should have killed him. They should have used deadly force, because they're not out there to get hit with pipes. And so if somebody has a deadly weapon, even if you can handle the situation without killing them, you should kill them. I don't like that. I value life. Now, I know probably a good number of y'all who've been sending in comments probably like, yeah, they should have killed him because he did have a pipe. But if deadly force is supposed to be the last resort for police, the last resort, and if they solved or handled the situation without going to the last resort, how about just say, great job. My colleagues did a great job. This shows for all of you who believe the police on the street just want to shoot and kill people. This is proof that that's not the case, because these guys went out of their way, even got busted in the face with a pipe. They went out of their way to not kill this young man. That these guys are what we have on the street, not the anomaly that you see every once in a while when you see someone shooting someone and it looks excessive. That should have been, in my opinion, the message from the head of the FOP, not they should have killed him. That bothers me.
I understand where you're coming from. And like I told you the other day, I haven't been privileged enough to actually hear, you know, I'm not privileged to the audio of what he said. But for argument's sake, if I may, I don't necessarily know if he meant that that officer should have killed him. It's just described our situations on how we feel about death and the state making decisions. You have your interpretation and your explanation of how things go. And when I was giving my examples of, well, if you're married, see, some people would find that to be an untasteful way of getting my point across or making an example. So don't always use the best choice of words when we're trying to get an example, or sometimes we use sarcasm in a serious way, and I of it myself. But in this particular case, this could have been a situation where he was trying to tell you that it would have been justifiable to kill somebody who was threatening a police officer with a pipe and who actually physically assaulted the police officer. Deadly force, because that to the head, that has to have reconstruction to the face. That's a lethal blow that just didn't happen to be lethal. So that's an act of deadly force towards a police officer. And I think this man could have possibly be saying, because I don't know him, all right? I don't know him. I don't know what he's capable of. I don't know him. But I do want to give an argument on it. That could have been his way of saying, see, this is a situation where lethal force, deadly force from a police officer could have happened, and we chose not to. Or he could have used his sarcasm in a serious way and been saying, see, this is a situation where this man should have died, but he didn't. And that's us being restrainable. And you got to understand that when people are set up, we all have a level of cynical. We're all cynical in some form or way. And when we hear certain things, these are key words and trigger words. And I understand a lot of people don't like this man, Dan Hill, because of how he defends his police officers, which unfortunately, that's his job. His job is to always come to the defense. I know all stewards from unions that protect their staff or their union buddies or their union people. They protect them no matter what they've done.
Just for the record, now, I don't have a problem with him defending police officers. Don't have a problem with that at all.
Okay, but you got to understand, maybe his wording was not matching what you needed to hear in that case. But what he may have been speaking from, his point of view may have been coming from a frustrating point of view, because you got a lot of people who criticize the actions of the local police and talk about what they shouldn't have done and what they could have done. And they didn't have to hit that little boy like that. They didn't have to do this. They didn't have to do that. And when you hear all those complaints and you hear all that stuff on a daily basis, and then you get a situation where one of your officers could have potentially lost his life by the actions of a perpetrator, somebody that hit him in the head with a pipe. Yes, that's justified means of taking that man out. And I think he may have possibly could have been saying, well, here's a situation where that man should have got shot. He should have got shot, but we didn't do that. Those officers chose not to kill that man. And I think that when you look at it a certain way, it can spark up. Everything that he says is going to be put under the magnifying glass and sometimes maybe taken out of context. I can't speak for any other time because I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and try to justify what he's saying. I just got to keep an open mind of a police officer being, struck by a pipe in the head, and somebody comes up on his back and says, see, that guy should have got shot. Because in most cases, police officers probably would have shot him. It was a deadly blow to the head that just didn't kill the cop. And you got to look at the fact that this guy made a physical, he may be charged with attempted murder by the time this is over with, because when you do a breakdown of where the blow struck, not all the constructive stuff that has to happen. We already know about that. But the lethal blow to the head, here's another thing. You look at the background of the individual who did it. You look if they have any type of training, if they're involved in things, and this guy could have been professionally trained in martial arts. There's a lot of different factors that come in. We as the public don't know about that could play a part in the charges. And Dan Hill, or whatever his name is, he possibly could know the background of this individual, and that had a lot to do with why he may have made that comment.
No, he probably made the comment because in my view, that man's a racist. And
maybe so. I don't know. I don't know him.
And this ain't the first time that he said something like that. And again, to me, it doesn't make sense. Again, deadly force is supposed to be a last resort. And so if the officers there on the ground decided this hasn't risen to the level of deadly force yet, we can back off, follow him, get more people in, and then, we got time to wait and follow this dude around downtown for 15 minutes or however long it was that they walked around this dude. We got time to wait and not kill him. How do you diminish that? How do you root for the death of another person that clearly, because we're talking hindsight. See, they can look at it and say, well, when they shoot somebody 60 times, and they can say, well, I mean, look, y'all got a clear view from looking at it in hindsight, but right there on the ground, we thought he was turning around with a gun. And you can't judge us based on, what you know now. We got to go based on what we knew and what we thought then. And they want us to roll with that. But then your union president says, in hindsight, forget what y'all saw on the ground. Forget what y'all did in not killing a person. I'm going to not do what they do, what we tell y'all to do. I'm going to look at it from hindsight and say, they should have killed him. That's crazy.
Well, like I said, E, I didn't hear the exact comment, but I got to take it in a certain context and say, I seen some of it on Channel 19 in Cincinnati. I seen the officer's face. I heard the tail end of the story. I heard Dan Hill, I believe, say something, but it was none of that. It was some other stuff that he was talking about he said the suspect was walking around, but I never heard him say they should have killed him. But let's just say this. If you look at the pictures of the police officer, and if you read the 527 of what this man was doing, if they would have shot and killed this man, the police probably wouldn't be facing any charges because of I mean, look at what he did.
I'm thankful that Dan Hills was not one of the cops on the scene. And now there's a man alive, which I know I could imagine a number of these people in the comments is like, yeah, why didn't they kill him? We love the death penalty. So I could imagine some of them is like right there with Dan Hills. Kill him. If you got opportunity, kill him.
That's not fair. That's not fair. That's not fair.
It's fair. They love the death penalty. They love death. But if the two brothers that I saw on the ground said, we don't have to kill this man, we can back off, follow him around, wait for backup, and then, wrestle him to the ground and take him alive. Why would you second guess that?
Well, that's why I said sometimes levels of sarcasm don't set well. And sometimes we use sarcasm when we shouldn't use it. And I think there's a level of sarcasm there. And he was basically saying that this man should be dead. He possibly dead based on his actions and the physical assault that he put on the police officers, the deadly weapon that he used police officer. This man should be dead. I could say that. Does that make
I imagine had he been there, he would be dead. Maybe
so, but let me ask you this: how many bodies does he have? How many bodies does he have as an officer? Has he ever killed anyone?
Who, Dan? I have no idea. I wouldn't be surprised if he did.
I think a lot of that is relevant. I think when you say that somebody could kill, if they would have been on the scene and killed somebody, I think it's very relevant to ask what their history is. I mean, how many deaths do they have on the street? I mean, is he capable of killing someone? Or is he just one of these guys that'll say, I think this person should be dead? Is he capable of pulling the trigger on somebody? I mean, I look at people like Sonny Kim. Who died in Madisonville, who was trying to talk a brother down who had a gun, and Sonny Kim didn't make it home because he was doing what Dan Hill. I mean, basically, if it was Dan Hill, based on your logic, Dan Hill would have shot that brother before that brother got a chance to shoot him. So you got to look at it for I
said probably.
Yeah, maybe so, but the shooting would have been justified. You point a gun at a police officer. You're gonna bite the dust. You hit a police officer in the head with a pipe.
Sometimes
you're gonna bite the dust.
I've seen
That's how it goes.
I've seen videos of white guys pointing guns at officers and not getting killed.
Bro, I know we say that. I know a lot of people say that, but I can tell you right now, there's a lot of white people that get shot and killed by the police in America. There is a lot.
True too. But I've seen videos of white guys pointing guns at cops and not getting killed.
Yeah, there's a lot of black guys that run around with guns too and don't get killed. They show up in courtroom A every morning. They're on the docket every day. When was the last time a brother got shot and killed in Cincinnati by the police?
I don't know.
I'm not saying it don't happen. I'm not saying it. Trust and believe. I'm the first one on the shit when it don't look right. Okay. But I'm just saying to you that there's a lot of brothers. That brother that hit the man in the head with the pipe, hit the officer in the head with the pipe. He made it on courtroom A 2 days later. He was on the docket, not shot and killed. So that was
good.
One that's
a good thing.
Justifiably. Say it again.
I said that's a good thing.
Well, yes, but there's a lot of him. There's a lot of police officers in the hospital spraying. Look, I'm not taking up for them. I just got to make some sense. I can't stand it when people say this shit is, we take isolated incidents and it speak for the entire year or it speak for the entire whatever. Folks, I am not an advocate for the police per se. I'm an advocate for the truth. And I look at the fact that we don't bring up Sonny Kim, but we bring up everything else. When was the last time you heard his name? When was the last time you heard Jeter? When was the last time and these are brothers. I went to school with Jeter. Me and him was cool. And he ended up dead. All right. These are guys that I know that were police officers. We only talk about isolated incidents. And then when these particular people who get in these circumstances and get shot and killed by these perpetrators, we don't bring that up anymore.
You know why we only talk about those isolated incidences, though, right?
Yeah, I get it. I know, but
we talk about those because we have to weed those out. Like if you have an organization of people with the license even to kill people, yes, you talk about the ones who misuse the license to kill people. You don't talk about the other ones. You talk about the ones who misuse
but bro, you can't tell me.
The other ones are doing what they're supposed to be. That's like saying, and I say it too. We talk about the young people who are out there causing all the problems, but we don't talk about the young people who go to school every day and do their homework. Why wouldn't we be talking about them? They doing what they supposed to do. We supposed to just let them do it. Every once in a while, we celebrate them and we say good job. But we talk about the ones that are causing trouble because we need to find solutions.
No, we talk about the positive kids. We talk about the positive. There's certain people that don't listen, and there's certain people that don't tune in on stuff for that. But we do talk about positive kids. There's people that put Facebook posts of achievements of kids up every day. Every day. I see it all day, every day.
And to that same point, just like you just brought up Sonny Kim and Jeter, there are people who talk about law enforcement officers who do good things all the time. Oh, he went and played basketball.
I very seldom see that.
Blah, blah, blah. I
seldom see that, bro. I very seldom see that.
I feel like I see it at least once a week on the news, some good story about some police officer who brought candy to a kid or who saw a woman walking with the baby and didn't have a stroller. So he went and bought a stroller and took it to her house, or he pulled him over and the baby wasn't in an appropriate car seat. So they went to Walmart and got the appropriate car seat and they got a picture of the police officer carrying the car seat. We talk about that just as much as we talk about the good kids, but that's not going to get the attention because that's not what we're trying to change. We're not trying to change the good kids and the bad kids.
Not what people. No, it's not because of what we're trying to change. We got to keep it 100. It's just like anything else. Certain movies will outdo other movies because it's what people prefer. It's a preference. People like drama. They love to hear negative shit. They love to hear the mess. You can't tell me that, okay, why? Okay, so you trying to tell me that that every time something happened in our community and it's police driven and a police officer is accused of doing something wrong, the only reason why we want to hear about that is because we want to change it. That's not the truth, bro. That's not even. No, it's not.
Number one,
the reason why people listen, bro.
We are shocked.
If that was the case,
oh my God.
If that was the case, agorism wouldn't even exist. That's why that stuff exists.
No,
if you put in police officer,
we are shocked that these police officers are doing this horrible stuff. And yes, we talk about it because it shouldn't be. And so we're trying to bring attention to it to say, look at what's happening with some of these officers. That's why we talk. Look, I'm going to tell you about me and most people that I know. Most people that I know don't ever want to hear a bad story about a police officer. We would love it if the police obeyed all the rules, respected everybody's rights, didn't do anything wrong, and only use force when absolutely necessary. There are people, I think the majority of society would be like, great, we don't have anything to talk about bad about the police. That's what we want. We're not sitting around like, oh, I sure hope a police officer shoots somebody 60 times today. We would prefer to never hear a bad story about police. That's not our goal. That's not our goal.
I understand. And that sound right. And it sound good. But you know what? I can tell you, I know people, not personally. I mean, I just watch it. They give more energy to what's going on in their community, to what's going on bad, than they give in the energy of what's going on good. And it's almost like if they're not listening to some bad, and I don't mean everybody. I'm just saying, bro, there's people that focus on the negative. They're not necessarily trying to make a change. It's just they focus on the negative.
No, they may not be actively working towards change. They may not be actively working towards change, but they really do want to see change. They really do want to see change.
I can't deny that. I can't deny.
If I go back to your analogy about the kids, if you got two kids and one of them always do what they supposed to do. They don't get in no trouble. They get straight A's. They clean up the house. They do the dishes. They cut the grass. They nice and polite. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Yes, sir. No, sir. You see it and you appreciate it. And then you got another kid who, for the most part do good, but every once in a while, they just wreak havoc. It's not the parent who focus on that, who say, what are you doing? Why would you do that? It's not, oh, no, they just looking for something negative. No, the negative stands out because I got to deal with that. I want that fixed. I don't want you to do that. And it's not, well, he just want to complain. We just so conditioned to complain. No, he not conditioned to complain, but he sees peace and harmony, and then he sees a problem. Yes, you're going to focus on the problem, not just for fun. Why? Why is this?
Well, one of the things that set the tone is that when I consistently see the same thing going on and I see no change, it's hard for me to believe that people who view things are aggressively trying to make change. I think that most people that we know, maybe not personally, but for argument's sake, the people that we are talking about, social media and all that type of stuff, most people are in it for the drama. They want to hear the bad and they'll have a few words to say. I'll give you a perfect example. All you got to do is look at the situations that go on. And it's what's going to happen next to be the next big talk about. When the 13 people got shot in the grocery store, it died a week later because of what happened in Texas. Nobody talks about the 13 folks that got shot. It's not even on the same level now. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's not change now we changing now, it's not all, and this is going to sound a little raw, but it's true. What it's not even about the shooter anymore down in Texas. It's about the police. It's about how they dropped the ball. It's about the police. It ain't about what happened in Buffalo, New York at the grocery store anymore. It's not about any of that. You don't even hear, why did they allow the white dude in the grocery store to live? You don't even hear that talk anymore. He was in there shooting openly and all blah, blah, blah. He should have died too. You don't even hear the police should have shot him. All you hear now is Uvalde, Texas. And it's on to the next. And soon as something happens, like this shooting at the mall, if it gets enough traction, they won't be talking about those 19 children in Texas anymore, because it's never about the change. It's never about what really can change. It's all about the current news. And that's what people are more interested in. And the worse it becomes, the better soaked in and the better absorbed they are to the madness and the chaos. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why I don't believe that most people who watch all that stuff are all about change. I'm not saying some aren't, but it's about the nasty and the what they want to see. What's next? And my proof is, when was the last time? I think I'm the only one that talked. I brought it up to Raven on her show the other day. They talking about Uvalde, Texas. They talking about how the police was on the cell phone and all of that. And no reports came out yet. No reports of anything that went on in that Texas is going on. But everybody's talking about that when you have a full report of what went on in Buffalo at the grocery store, and nobody cares anymore. It ain't the conversation anymore. Now, I don't mean that we don't really care. I'm saying to the massive, it's what's going to be the next biggest story. And it happens to be Uvalde, Texas.
I'll say the report did come out in Texas, just so you know.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if you the Texas House of Representatives did release a report about what happened in Uvalde, Texas.
Yeah, yesterday. Just
yesterday. But I get your point, and there's some validity to it, no doubt. When you're talking about the news media, but I'm not looking at the news media.
I'm not talking about the news media. I'm talking about the people you were talking about. You said that people that watch that stuff are really looking for change, and I said that the majority of people that watch that stuff are waiting. They look at that, and then when the next story come out, they're just as engaged, or if not more engaged, into the next drama, the chaos.
I don't think that's fair, though. I don't think it's fair to say that it's only because what they want is drama. Because again, going back to your analogy about the kids, if my kid was 15 minutes late for curfew, yeah, we don't talk about that. But then if tomorrow they got arrested, but damn the curfew, you got arrested. What did you get arrested for? What would you do? And then if the next day my kid, do something even worse, well, okay, damn the curfew and damn the getting arrested. What about the fact that you just did this? It's not, well, I'm looking for the next big thing. But if because we talking about the news and it keep presenting us with all of this stuff, then yeah, we gonna focus on whatever touches us the most or whatever is the most recent. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm out there looking for negativity and whatnot. It's just you deal with what's right there in front of you.
You'd be surprised, E. Those algorithms on your Facebook page and on your cell phone and on your Google align you up to what you're most accustomed to. The things that you would like to read about and absorb in your information database of your mind, they focus on those areas on you. They feed you the things that you want. That's how they make their money, by keeping you engaged.
That's kind of right. I mean, it's right in terms of that is what the algorithm does.
That's what they do.
They present you with like stories. But that's why I don't like algorithms, because I don't just want to see that. Like, that's why I got a problem with my YouTube channel right now. When I'm watching YouTube, I love me some First Amendment audits. but it'd be difficult for me to find anything else because they think that's all I want to see. And then I go search for something else, and then I find it, and it takes forever for the algorithm to decide, oh, he don't just like First Amendment honest, he like this too. And then it flood me with that. Well, I don't just want to see Jordan highlight films either. You know what I'm saying? Show me the algorithm just trying to feed you what they think you want. That's the problem with algorithms. I'm not an algorithm. I want to see a whole lot of different stuff.
Maybe not.
And all of that to say, just because I see negative news and I talk about it, don't mean that's all I want to see. I want to see the other stuff.
Right.
Now, no, I'm not going to talk about the fact for 2 weeks. People ain't going to talk for 2 weeks or 2 months about the fact that at this school, 100% of the seniors graduated and got college scholarships. That's a yay, good job. Great job for those seniors. But yeah, then this dude went into the school and shot 13 people and the police didn't do nothing but stand back. That's not that's too bad. Well, what's the next story? Some stuff requires you to linger on it more and longer.
Okay, let me give you an example, bro. And I don't want to be self-serving. I got a phone call that came in. I want to take that caller, but hold on. I want to make this point before I say this. I want to make a point before I take the call.
All right.
One thing that I'd like to say is, and this is going to sound a little self-serving, and I don't mean to be this way, because my daughter happened to be involved, but this is not about Wyatt or his daughter. This is using the example of what I say people would rather see. Now, I had an opportunity to meet with the water boys, okay, from Reading Road up in Cincinnati. And that particular video had massive shares from other people. It had a viewing of over 1,000+ people within a short period of time. Couple days later, now this is my same Facebook page, the same people that listen, the same people that watch my show or whatever. That same Facebook page that got 1,000 views, like right then and there. That same page, the next day, I'm up at Ohio State University with a bunch of MD grads of young people like my daughter, my youngest daughter, who was in an MD at a medical graduate camp, and it got no traction. It got no traction. And here's the thing. It wasn't like hurt my feelings because it was my daughter. I was trying to show you that people would rather be focused in on the water boys and the trouble and the drama that they was facing with the police than they would with 32 young Black boys and young Black girls at the Ohio State University in a medical camp ceremony.
I think you're looking at it wrong.
I'm not looking at it wrong. I'm telling you, people would rather see certain things than success or see us doing better. You can see it on Facebook. You can see that people
are looking at it wrong.
I didn't really want to use I didn't want to use me or any of that. See it.
I get what you're saying, but I think you're looking
at it
all
the time, bro. I see it all the time. You put somebody's grandbaby up there, they'll get likes and loves and all that. That's a different beast. I'm talking about our children, Black successful little kids going through junior achievements, going through things that are successful and lining up success in their life. It don't get the same traction as what them damn water boys got up on Reading Road. Everybody wanted to see what was going on, but they don't care what's going on in the classrooms with the kids.
That's not true. You're looking at it wrong, but I don't want to keep your caller on hold, but you're looking at that.
I don't think I'm taking that one wrong, but okay, E. Good evening, caller. Welcome to Wyatt. I'm sorry. Welcome to King and I. This is Wyatt. Who am I speaking with?
The one and only Josh Squad 52, also known as the Black Not Democrat. What up, Wyatt? What up, Emmanuel? How y'all doing?
What's up, brother?
Hey, I've been listening for like the last 30 minutes because, again, your show comes on weird time for me, but you guys been going at it strong. But I want to get in on this media thing. And E-Man, again, from what I know about you, bro, you don't want to admit the obvious, okay? Media, I'm talking about print, television, and internet. They are all willing accomplices of the Democrat Party, except for one. They always talk about one media outlet that is pro-Republican, and that's Fox News. They are demonized, they are vilified. But they never say that NBC, ABC, CBS, that they are for the Democrats. Not to mention CNN, MSNBC. It is clear. Now, let me read you a headline, E-Man. New poll from Gallup. Headline: New Gallup poll shows confidence in media hits record low. Headline. Headline. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. Headline: America's trust in news hits historic low. Poll says television news is the second least trusted institution in the country. So again, it's not that I got anything against you, man, but Wyatt is on point on this. The media is giving you what they think you want. If you're on Fox News, you're going to get a certain kind of media. If you're on MSNBC, you're going to get a certain kind of media. If you're on WDBZ, The Buzz, you're going to get a certain kind of advertisement, certain types of things, because that's what their audience wants. So if you want your algorithms to change, you got to change what you're looking at on your cell phone or on your computer, because that's who you are according to the computer and the algorithms. So they're going to give you what they perceive that you want. So again, I don't want to get too deep into the political part of it, but there was a shooting in Indiana over the weekend. A guy went into a mall with a rifle, killed 3 people, but a young, brave 22-year-old young man who had a legal carry concealed weapon took the shooter out and saved a number of lives because the guy had more ammo on him. But that was not the lead story, Emmanuel. And we all know why, because the narrative would have to be that a good guy with the gun saved the lives of a whole bunch of other people to take down a shooter. So again, Wyatt, I got to agree with you on this one. And Emmanuel, I want to hear your take. I won't hang up. But again, bro, in this day and age in 2022, it's obvious that the media highest role in what they report and how they report it. Thanks for taking my call, guys. Keep doing what you do. Peace out.
Thank you. Appreciate the call, Drop. I was Drop out of California. All I'm saying is this, man. When you're used to seeing certain things, if you want to see how cops are acting, and you're used to pulling that up in your YouTube, if you're used to pulling that up on your cell phone, if you start not researching, but if you start watching cop incidents where they have been accused of doing something, that type of stuff is going to push up on your phone all the time. Mm-hmm. And that's what you're going to concentrate on, because that's what they're sending you. And you know, a lot of people think they don't know. They may not know like what a few of us know, and that is, hey, you know, this shit is just popping up because they think this is my interest all the time. Some people think that if this is the stuff that's popping up on them all the time, that this is the shit this is the only stuff that's happening. And it's not true, because those same people that get those algorithms, they don't get when the police is sitting in the car and getting ambushed and shot in the back of the head. That's not coming to their cell phone like a shooting of a cop, 60 shots. That's not coming to them. So they're not getting a balance of what's going on out there. They're not getting that. And I think that's where we got to understand that there's some things that's going on that are purposely being left out of our life. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason why people don't want you to know everything, or at least have some insight that other things are going on.
Look, I get that, but let me go back for a minute and explain, because I said I think you're looking at it wrong. Okay, if you say to me, how many young people was it in the medical program?
32 young black little boys and girls.
Okay, 32.
Because there were
young.
Yeah, go ahead.
32 young black little boys and little girls did this amazing thing, and 20
water boys.
Okay. And so I see this. What what do you want people to say or to dwell on about that? Because
Well,
there's no problem there to fix, because that's an accomplishment. So from my perspective, well, I asked you a question. Let me let you answer the question. What do you want people to dwell on there, to say?
Well, I tell you what, I would rather see. I would rather see congratulations than to hear people say that's a goddamn shame. Where's them boys' mamas at? I would rather hear congratulations to a group of black kids. These are all minorities, not just black kids. These were Indian children, black children, boys and girls, Latinos. This was a group of brown people. Okay, I would rather hear 1,000 congratulations or have 1,000 views on something like that than I would have 1,000 views of those kids need their ass kicked. Where the hell are they mamas? Where they daddies at? These kids ain't got no morals. They don't have. I would rather hear congratulations, one word, versus statements about 20 water boys. I would rather hear success, thank yous, congratulations, whatever you need to hear. I would rather hear something positive than to hear all that stuff about those people's parents. That's what I would want to hear.
And I get that, but maybe I'm part of the problem, because I see all kind of positive stuff on my Facebook timeline and stuff like that, and a lot of times I see it and I think that's good to see, and I'll scroll and I'll see something else. I'm like, that's good to see. But then I'll scroll and I'll see, something a little negative that's problematic. I might have something that I think might be a solution. Now, I might not say congratulations on the positive stuff that I saw, because I don't really need to. Like, I don't know you, but that's a good thing. You don't, from this perspective, you don't have no issues. Great for you. You know, my wishes, my thoughts are, that's good. I don't have nothing to add to that. But when I see the negative,
the water boy, but if you see something negative, you're more amped to make a comment on a negative.
Yes.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I might have a thought on it. I might be like, it really is important that parents be a part of their children's lives, and hopefully we can create a situation where we don't have this, or
So how is your comment on that particular post? How is that beneficial?
That's beneficial.
What difference is it going to make?
In my mind,
here's
the difference it can make. Somebody could be looking at that, and somebody could see that and say, you know what, maybe I could be a little more involved in my child's life. That was a good comment, and I hadn't even thought about that. Let me go talk to my child. And then be more active in their life. Whereas if I just say congratulations, what's that gonna do? Well, congratulations.
I don't think the congratulations is setting it doesn't have a purpose of making me as the content person feel better. That's not the point. The point is people gravitate to the negative stuff more than they do the positive stuff, and it's clear. That's why I probably shouldn't have used my situation, because what happens is people will think I'm being biased or think that I've taken this personal. I've said this people
that way.
I know.
I'm not taking it that way.
About,
you know what I'm saying?
This is you and I talking, but a lot of
general.
I know, but what I'm saying is I've taken this same example in a situation that didn't involve me. Okay, but this particular time I'm using a situation that involved me, and it just happened a week or two ago. That's why I'm using this one, because it's fresh on my brain. But I'm just saying that people gravitate. You know what? I'll give you a perfect example. When you go to the store and you check out and you're standing in line, all you see is a bunch of smear magazines. All you see is a bunch of shit about people's business, and it's never positive. It's always smear stuff in those magazines because people gravitate. They ain't in there trying to make nobody's life better. They want to hear. Sometimes people shadow and use smoke screens of their own problems through other people. So they look at other people's mess, and that allows them to stay out of their own way, of their own mess. And we got a lot of people that do that. And this ain't no color thing. This is just people in general. And that's why if you look at negative stuff on the internet, you look at Facebook, I can guarantee you, I'll bet you $1 to a donut that there's more negative stories and some funny. Okay, I'm not going to say everything is negative, but if you look at some, and I shouldn't say Facebook, I should say social media in general. You're going to have people that say happy birthday. You're going to have people that have a new grandbaby or a new daughter or whatever. That's all beautiful. But when it comes down to it, more people gravitate to the, have y'all seen this story yet? If you look at Wyatt-Live Messenger group, which you need to join, bro, you need to get in that group. And it's not just my folks, my family there. If you look at the stories that predominantly are sent into that group for us potentially to talk about, it's generally something negative. You very seldom hear about, oh, Louise, she's the first Black female to be the first pilot, for Pan Am or some shit. You just never see that hardly. You do see it every once in a while, but it's always something like the kids fighting with the police outside at 3 and 4 years old.
Why do you think that I'm trying to help you understand why that is, and it's not just for negativity's sake. It's not. I promise you, it's not.
Bro,
I know a lot of people say it is, and a lot of people think it is, but it's not. It's not.
It's for entertainment, E. It's more so for entertainment than it is education. And if you don't think, I'm sorry for it. I'm sorry for it. Most people are entertained by that nonsense. Most people are entertained by that nonsense. They're not in
entertainment either.
And what are they doing, E? How many people that had all that shit to say about the Water Boys, other than myself, Iris Rowley, you even tried to step in. Officer Owings up there. You got Damon Lynch III. You got a few people. You ain't seen nobody come out of city council. You ain't seen nobody reach up and be public about it. How many people are really actually trying to make a difference? Did it turn into entertainment for most people?
What it turned into for most people was a kind of a comment on society, and people look at stuff that appears to be negative and try to pull lessons out of it and try to pull different things out of it that may be able to be helpful to them or be helpful to other people, to be a lesson to somebody or something like. It's not just, hey, I'm entertained by the troubles that these people are having. It's, how did this get here? And if this what's really going on in our society, and if so, how can we, even if I don't intend on lifting a finger to fix it, even just theoretically, how can we fix this problem? Or where do I see me, or where do I see my family in this problem?
That's a complicated ass answer. And I'm gonna be honest with you. Right after people see those videos, guess what, bro? If they eating, the next word out of their mouth, that's a damn shame. Hey, pass the salt. They ain't doing nothing no more than waiting for the next crazy shit to come out to be able to make a comment about. And I'm not saying everybody. I'm saying the majority of people. They can't wait for the next world star hip hop video or whatever the shit. They can't wait for that next one to come out. They can't wait for the next challenge and watch somebody bust their head wide open. We live in an entertainment world, not an educational world. That's just what it is, bro. And when you gravitate to entertainment, you accept it to all the entertainment is led by false. It's fictional. Most entertainers live in a fake world.
People use that stuff for stuff, man. I'm telling you, people.
What?
You'll hear some parents, and they'll share that story with their kids as a cautionary tale, and they'll say to them, you gonna end up like them water boys out there, even though they may not have a full story, but they use it and share it. They talk about it with people, yes, in part to educate them about what's going on, what to be aware of, and all of that kind of stuff. It's a whole lot of reasons that people, if you want to say, gravitate towards that stuff.
You got to understand, brother. I'm going to use the Evalde thing for you once again. Do you know how long people been talking about that shooting in the Texas school? And they had absolutely no facts until yesterday. They had absolute facts, but they talked about it for the last 40 plus days.
Yeah.
With no facts. No facts.
Yes.
So that is not necessarily, when you have a conversation about something with very limited facts, then you just having a conversation and you creating a narrative of your own, a theory of your own. You have no facts of what's going on. I heard people bitching and complaining, E, and I know you did too. You heard people bitching and complaining about, and I even heard I think I was, but he called. I even heard a person bitching and complaining because an officer was on his cell phone in the hallway. They had no facts about what was going with that police officer. Well, guess what?
Well, he was complaining about it getting the
hand sanitizer.
Yes, the sanitizer.
Hand sanitizer, which you don't understand. Maybe what he was trying to do was get dirt off, not dirt like or motor oil, but maybe he was trying to get his hands to a condition where if he has to shoot and fire, no slippage. Maybe he was trying. That ain't my point. My point is this. You got more people talking about this man was on his cell phone during that shooting, and they had no facts about it. So they talked about it for 3 weeks about this man being on his cell phone, a police officer in the hallway talking to, or just on there like he was on fucking like texting, you know, or looking something up on Google, not paying attention to what was going on. When this man was talking back and forth, he was texting back and forth to his shot up wife, who happens to be a teacher. So now how should people feel who had all that bad shit to say about
the same guy?
It is the same guy.
I don't know if that's the same guy. That's the guy who got the hand sanitizer.
Right. That's what it says in the report. That's what's in the report. Officer
the report said that the officer who got the hand sanitizer is the one whose wife got shot.
That's different. That's a different guy. Another situation. Right. They use the hand sanitizer. That's a different situation than the guy who was on his cell phone. The guy who was on his cell phone was text messaging back and forth to his wife who was dying, who had been shot by the shooter. She was giving location. She was talking to him, and it was their last conversation. She died. So everybody that had these narratives and made up these theories of what he was doing on his cell phone, what are they going? They were entertained by the false information that was put out about that man being on his cell phone. It was entertainment.
By it. They were disgusted they were disgusted.
How can you be disgusted by something? Well, then you fell for the entertainment of the false information.
Because people were led to believe.
Exactly. Exactly. My point.
But what happens is that. Who led them to believe that?
What? What led them to believe
that was what was going on?
That's my whole point, E. People create narratives without facts. They create their own situations, and that is entertaining for them. They are creating conversation, and it has no bearings, no information. It's not even correct. It's misinformation, which is misleading to a bunch of people.
First, if the police department had done what they were supposed to do, then a lot of this wouldn't be as big of a story as it is. And secondly, if the police department had just come out and been forthright about exactly what happened, people wouldn't have been creating their own narratives. They would have had.
Well, that's because we live in a microwave world, E. We live in a world where we want the police to tell you whatever's going on. They don't have all the information all the time. But if you don't tell them something, we live in a cynical world. We live in a world, oh, the police about to make some shit up. That's why they ain't telling us. They about to make some shit up. They don't wait for the investigation. They don't wait for the I'm sorry?
A lot of times that'd be true.
And see that's why I generally don't make comments on things. Breonna Taylor's story went on for 2 months, E, before I made a comment about it. But when I came out with my details and my breakdown of Breonna Taylor, it was on point. I didn't get into the riffraff and all the bullshit ass conversations like a lot of people did. I didn't get into these things and get ratings up to talk about shit that I didn't know nothing about. I didn't want to create a false narrative or talk about false narratives that had already been presented to me. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to have a real conversation about it so we can make real change. It doesn't mean anything if you're talking about some hypothetical shit. That don't mean nothing.
Of course it does.
No, it doesn't. No, it don't, bro. You sitting back. Okay, so if we make a plan that when we
hypothetical stuff, you can get things from talking about hypothetical situations, and when you absent of all the facts. So because the alternative to that is, I don't know what the guy gets shot up in Akron. Absent of all the facts, don't say nothing. So then nobody discusses that the shooting happened. Nobody discusses the ramifications. Nobody asks questions about what happened.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying don't have any conversations at all. I'm saying those that create conversations without facts tend to lead people in the wrong direction. And that's what leads to it being entertainment. Because if you are open and acceptive to just take whatever people tell you, then you open and acceptive to continue to spread false information. And when you spread false information, some people get hurt with false information. Some people literally go out and do something because they've been misled and they don't have the chance to hear the truth yet. Some people actually do that. What do you think? Why do you think that that guy went in there and shot up 13 black people? Do you think the information he's been getting his whole life has been accurate about black people? No, he's been led to believe all that negative and manipulative stuff, and he doesn't like black people because he's been misled by someone. That's what people do.
Look, when these, in particular, these major stories break, it would be irresponsible of the media and, kind of by extension, the people to not discuss them even before all of the facts come out. It would be irresponsible. Now, it's equally irresponsible to create facts, but speculation, come on, that's human nature. You're gonna speculate about what happened, what could have happened better, why did that happen, why didn't that happen, and those are all questions that you have to ask. Because if we don't ask those questions, then we'll never get answers. But I agree that people shouldn't put out false narratives, but
with something that big,
discuss things until we have all the facts. I don't know.
With something that big, it's with that many responding officers, that many people on the ground, it was very hard to come up with a detailed information right away. But let me give you an example. Chief Craig up in Detroit last summer had a situation where he had the police shot a brother up there. And, they normally do their police, their investigations, and they have body cam. Okay. The people were already out in the street ready to riot. I'm talking within hours of this incident. And there was no body cam footage or anything ready for people to see or anything, because there are processes. You have to do investigations. You got to see if this officer needs to be charged. There's a process that needs to go on, but things weren't moving fast enough. So the people within an hour or two were already in the streets of Detroit, because false stories and false narratives were already out there, bro, about how the police shot him for nothing. And I'm going to tell you, Chief Craig opened up what he normally doesn't do, and what was totally against police protocol. He gave the public and the TV channels, he gave them the body cam in a press conference while people were in the streets of Detroit. And he basically showed them the body cam of what happened. And it was a justified shooting. Not that I like that, but I'm just showing you where if you don't do certain things fast enough, people will start creating situations and creating drama and creating chaos where they're misled, and people will get hurt doing that. It doesn't lead to things being fixed right.
Wyatt, that's because to some degree, law enforcement has a history of hiding information, hiding behind the fact that, where there's an investigation. Do it only matter if there's an investigation going on sometimes, or do it matter? Because if the video will exonerate the police, the investigation don't seem to matter all that much. They will put that video out there.
That's fairly true.
But if
that's true. The temperature.
I didn't say it was 100%.
I know, but I'm just going to say this. The temperature was hot. It was just coming off the George Floyd situation months later. Temperature was hot for this type of environment. The people were in the streets of Detroit already, about ready to tear shit up. Okay, that's why Chief Craig released that information. But look, you can look at your local news and say, like the last 3 shootings that have happened in Cincinnati.
Why? Before you hold on. I gotta ask you this question. So you believe that had that video, because you said the video kind of exonerated the cop, it was justified. So you believe that had that video been of the cop just straight murdering somebody, Craig would have released that because the temperature was hot in the street? No, he only released it because he knew that it showed a justifiable homicide. And full disclosure, not a fan of Chief Craig whatsoever. So I understand any and everything that man did.
I understand. And see, that shows the bias versus what the process is. But let me just say this to you. The only reason why he released it that fast is because they were already lined up in the streets of Detroit and they were already on go mode for tearing the city up. So what he did was he showed the video in a press conference and was trying, because there was so much misleading information on the streets already. I don't have to be a fan to a man or believe anything that he says for me to say, thank God that, because if he wouldn't have done that, people would have been tearing up the streets for nothing.
But he only did it because it was a justifiable shooting. Know that. Had it not been, he would not have really. I know that. I can tell you, I know that. Had it not been justifiable, he would not have released that video. That's not that.
Maybe it's getting away. Maybe he wouldn't have. Maybe you're 110% correct, but it still doesn't nullify what I'm trying to tell you with misinformation leading us. It has nothing to do with what he would have released it or not. I'm telling you that misinformation can lead. No, it doesn't. Because if he doesn't release the video,
it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter if the video exonerates or if the video doesn't exonerate. If you don't want people to create a narrative, give them the truth. And there won't be a narrative to create. They'll have all the facts. If you got them, give them to the people.
But you don't have all that information right away. You don't have it all. It takes time to you questioning people. There's so many different circumstances. You don't have the information. And like the governor of Texas said, he said, well, I was lied to in the Uvalde shooting. The reason why he was lied is because there was so much pressure coming down on giving some type of answer. If not, we're going to find ourselves in a real bad situation. Sometimes, bro, you just got to, and this might not just be police things. Sometimes, man, you got to fall back and get the right information before you do certain things. That's just in life. And if you rush things, if you rush processes, if you rush certain things to come up, you will definitely get all the wrong. And if you take the first piece of information that you get and ride with, sometimes you riding down the street with no headlights and it's a dead, and you don't know what you're going to run into.
Wyatt, if something happened and you know what happened, right? You got the information. Randall Wyatt got the information. And I say, Wyatt, what happened? And you say, well, there's processes I don't want to share. But here's what I can tell you. And you give me just a little piece of that information, you are begging me to create a narrative out of that little piece of information. When you got all the information, if you don't want me to create a narrative, give me the damn information. And if you only got a little piece of it, then you say, hey, look, I only got a little piece of the information. Here is what I know. Now, I can't tell you how this came about or what happened after that. But at this point, this is what happened here. Now, guess what? Maybe I still am going to construct something around that, because, based on what makes sense to me. but at least I got some actual information. And what happens a lot of times, in particular with law enforcement, but in other situations as well, people like to withhold information that's not favorable to them, or they like to lie about or mislead about information that's not favorable to them. And then you give us nothing. You say stuff like, well, an incident happened, but and we can't give you no details, but we just want everybody to just be patient until the investigation is done. And that's that. You are saying to me, hey, create a narrative, because I know something happened. Won't you tell me what you know?
But you got to understand, what you just described is not just in police shootings against Black people. They say that same thing in all shootings in the city.
I didn't bring up race at all.
No, I'm just saying, like, in this particular case, when we were talking about, I was bringing up, like, you know, the shooting in Uvalde or whatever, and I'm just saying police shootings in general. I made a mistake and said Black people, but I'm just saying in shootings in general, whenever you hear about a homicide in the city of Cincinnati, what do they always say? We're limited on information, we're running an investigation, and we'll let people know what's going on. That's the same information stance that they take when they're talking about police shootings. It's the same thing. They never come out the gate.
No.
Well, it all depends on when it happened. It all depends on when it happened.
They will,
if it happened last night. If it happened last night and they don't have as much information, they only have a little bit of information, that's how they read it off. If it happened 2 weeks ago and they say, hey, Jack John Brown was involved in a murder of JJD, and we have now fulfilled our obligation of the investigation. Such and such will be in court tomorrow. There's a hidden indictment for him. He's been charged with murder because of something that happened 2 months ago. That happens. They might already have done their investigation from something that happened, but like those hit that just happened last night, and I think in Avondale, they're not releasing any information of the investigation. They just released that this man was killed. They not releasing who did it or potential suspects. I had that information, and if they do, they
don't have that information, then they can't give it to you. But they have when it's an officer involved shooting, especially if it's a body cam involved, they can tell you who was the officer that was involved, but they won't. They can tell you what was the situation that led up to the shooting, but a lot of times they won't. They have a lot of details that they won't share, and then you'll look at it and you'll be like, well, people making up their own thing about that, but they got information that they not sharing. Why?
But it's the same thing on murder cases. It's murder cases out there the same way. They have information that they've taken down from people, witnesses, and they don't put that out there and say, hey, he was involved in a crap game and he had $300 and he beat the dude for the money and the dude shot him in the head because he beat him for the $300. They could say all that shit, but they don't.
They say that. They say
they do. Come on now. Come on,
every occasion they don't have all that detail, but that's because the media is not giving all that detail.
Well,
but I've watched the news and heard them say, well, yeah, this shooting was a result of a drug deal gone bad, or this shooting was, they will share that information.
But that's part of the limited information, because they may say that it was a drug senseless killing. They may give limited information, but that's the same thing they're doing in some of those shootings with police involvement, or like in Uvalde. The reason why the governor came out and made a statement is because politically he felt pressure to say something to the community. And he was given false information, probably not on purpose, because of this reason here. In that report that they released yesterday, now I can't sit back and read a 3,000-page report, okay, not in a day. But in that report, it was definitely noted that so many false stories were given out by the police, not on purpose, but because people were coming, these different departments were coming in, and they were learning information as they go, and a lot of the information wasn't accurate. And it wasn't because they were being lied to on purpose. It was because of the old thing where you tell somebody something in their ear and let's see how far it can travel before it change. It was one of them type of situations because they didn't really have the truth. They didn't have all the information.
But that's different. Like, Okay, while that situation was going on, if that was the case and people were giving out false information to other organizations because they were, misinterpreted information, that's different than once everything is over and, the governor come in and the governor say, what happened? There's no reason for the governor to get any false information. None. You say, look, here is all I know, Mr. Governor. We did this. And we did this because we were told that. Okay, no, you tell me your version of the story. So if the governor was given false information, it wasn't accidental. It was intentional.
Well, let me say this, and I hope I don't get banned from Facebook for saying this, and I hope political people don't get mad at me for saying this. There's a strong possibility that the governor and his team may have stretched some of the information just so he can look relevant. He may have even added some false information himself because everybody turned him. He couldn't have had all the information within 3 hours of that incident. There's no way. So for him to go up there and release a statement that early, he was setting himself up to look good at the moment, but it was just a matter of time before the shit was not going to add up to what he was saying. And that comes from a political pressure of wanting to give people what they want, even when it's not time to give it to them. That's what happens. You have to retract things that you say. And he chose to put out false information. I'm not happy about that, but he's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. People want answers now, even if it's not time, even if you can't give them the truth. Some people will accept a lie over truth, bro, and they'll feel good about it.
Yeah, I don't like that. And if the governor lied and gave out false information, he should be held accountable for that. Now, if he was given false information and then shared that, that's different. So maybe they need to figure out who told the governor that. And well, wait a minute, hold on, didn't nobody tell you that, bro? You lied. Right. But
exactly. I wouldn't be shocked if that happened. I would not be shocked if the governor, who was up there to look like he was on top of things. The police chief obviously lied. I don't know of any officers who could have. The only cover up that I could see the officers doing was maybe possibly covering each other up by making comments about what they were doing, but none of them were in control. That was the police chief. He dropped the ball there, and now he's trying to act like, a whole nother. Based on the report, he's acting like somebody came in and relieved him of his duties. Trust me, bro. It's just a matter of time before the truth come in. But before the truth was even in this report, we had so many different, stories about it that I just didn't want to indulge in the intricacies of the incident. I would talk about the aftermath and the effect of the community and what happened to these babies. Yes, I'll have that conversation. But me blaming somebody and thinking this person lying and that, I can't go there because I didn't have the information.
Yeah.
It's 5 o'clock, man. I gotta bounce.
Yeah, you got to do your show.
No show on 5 o'clock. Not on Mondays, bro. I ain't got another piece, bro. Let me ask you this, E. How do you do this for this many years? How do you do this? And we've been on since what time? 1 o'clock. We've been on for 4 hours, and you have not used the restroom. How the hell do that? Or do you have a bag over there?
Now, I don't know how I do it. I don't know. But as soon as I get
asking, up, bro, I don't know how you do this.
As soon as I get up, gotta go and do some stuff. Yeah.
Oh man, this is crazy. 4 straight. But hey, that's because you partner, bro. You took off like 6 weeks. We haven't done a show in like forever.
Well, I'm about to go out here and be a lumberjack or whatever and get this tree.
Gotta remove a tree. Well, I would say enjoy, but I don't think that's enjoyable work, bro.
No, it won't be enjoyable at all. It won't be enjoyable.
Well, but hey, listen, can I remind folks? Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, let me remind folks before we get off, man, that August the 1st, that's a tentative date of us going live down at Eli's Barbecue downtown in Friendly Market at 1 p.m. Come down, get some barbecue. If you don't eat barbecue, eat chicken. If you don't eat chicken, eat whatever, like if you don't
drink
eat
some
meat,
barbecue sauce.
Huh?
Come drink some barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
Come down and hang out with us. Do something.
I'm gonna eat a rib and some sweet tea. That's what I do. I don't know what y'all eat. Maybe some pulled pork or something. That's just some of y'all got different choices. But tentative date E, and then you can take it over, is August the 1st. That's on a Monday down at Eli's Barbecue. It's a tentative date at 1 p.m. We're squaring all the details up now, and we'll keep everybody posted on it. But right now, free is up. That's in a couple weeks. Yeah, a couple weeks, man. Come enjoy the live broadcast with us.
All right. And look, I appreciate y'all. Those of y'all who've been here since the beginning, 1 o'clock, and everybody who done popped in and out ever since. I appreciate y'all hanging with us and commenting with us. I guess I owe some people an apology for saying that their questions were stupid. So
yes, you do, bro.
Yeah.
All right. Are we out of here? Are we wrapping up like Earth, Wind, and Fire? Are we getting out of here?
We are wrapping up, man. We are definitely wrapping up. As a matter of fact, let me make it official.
Oh my goodness, bro. Dun, 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 dun. Peace and love to everybody, man. See you guys next Monday at 1 p.m. Check out E-Man's experiment each day. Well, I'm gonna let him tell you what days he's coming on, but he's supposed to be on at 1 o'clock every day, Tuesday through Friday. Check him out from 1 to 3 from 1 to 3:05. No, I'm sorry, 3:19. No, I'm sorry, 3:30. When he decides to stop each day between 1 and 3, check out E-Man, the afternoon experiment. And then
don't forget to check out Wyatt-Live at 5 live.
Yeah, something like that.
Typically Tuesday through Friday, 5 o'clock. He say 5 to 7, but he be on past 7 too. So he be talking that stuff, but he be on past 7. So check him out as well.
Come check us out, man. Hey, we're trying to do a thing in the city of Cincinnati, man, a collaboration, bringing the great podcast over here and doing what we do. We appreciate all the listeners, the support, and my staff. I want to thank all the people at my staff here. Thank you, Wyatt. Thank you, Wyatt. Thank you, Wyatt. And E-Man, I want to thank all your staff over there. Thank you, E-Man. Thank you, E.
I don't normally thank my staff, but I want to shout out one member of my staff, Dave Stinger. He's back on board. He's a member of the staff now. So I want to shout him out. He's got a very minor role, but he is back in the family.
Wow. Hey, maybe, hey, bro, that's gonna create some conversation. I'm sure.
See if he can come down to Eli's Barbecue. Yeah.
Cool. Let's get it popping. Hey, appreciate you guys coming in. Thank you for coming in to the King and I. See you guys next week at 1 p.m. Appreciate all the love and support. See you next week.
You forgot.